channel. I'm not subscribed. And Woodville Maker Lab is first. Ooh, you beat everybody. How are you doing today? Why did you not click? How are you today? Hey there. Woodville Maker Lab, come in. There you go. Couldn't get into a chat from my cell phone. How dare it not let you do that? I say we whoop its stinking butt. Hey. Ow. Oh, man. What's this? It appears empty. It is empty. It must be this one. Yeah. Zoomed in. Now my cell phone won't even open your screen. Huh, wonder why. Says excellent connection. Stream is good. No drop frames. Kilobit per second. Might be because it just started. So it's being antsy. It'd be man. There's SPC. I got screws on the floor. That's not a good thing. I will inevitably step on one of those and pulling one of those damn things out of my foot. That would suck. How are you doing, SPC? I did. Did you see me just pick them up? I said, you ain't screwing me. Went and got some $2 breakfast sandwiches from McDonald's. I'm doing okay. I gotta redo the garden flag though. I think I over optimized it. I had the third one break on me, and I noticed that all the new ones are breaking, but the original one I made still hasn't broken, and they're all breaking right about here, which is about the highest stress point. At first, I thought somebody was stealing them, like somebody was ripping them down and stealing them, but I just checked, and the two that I thought were missing are laying right at the bottom of the post. So they got ripped off and fell straight down, which means they're probably not being yanked by a person. The wind is probably pulling on that flag hard enough to break it right there. So I think I made this too skinny. I think I have to beef this back up to the original size that I had it a while ago. Which I'm probably just gonna scale everything up 50%. So just take all three of these pieces, 50%, and then re-shorten this back down to the correct length. Go from there. I think it's just it's over optimized. I made it too skinny, and it just can't handle. This handles it now, so this stopped breaking. So now it's breaking at the next weakest point, which is here. So if I just beef it up, that'll take care of it. I might go 25% and then make this another 25%. Because there's room here to add more to this without making this bigger, but to a certain extent. So I need to make it 50% bigger. So instead I'll make half of it this and this, and then the other half the shaft on top of the half. This way the shaft will enlarge more than the two ends. Because there's, like, for example, there's no point in this being larger. It's not going to do anything. Cody Drakars, how you doing? I'll keep playing with that. Most people will probably never have a problem. So I might leave it I might leave it the way it is, and then just post files for a heavy duty version. So you don't have to use as much plastic if you don't live in a high wind location like I do. Oh, you were there? Dude, you should have mentioned that you were one of my viewers. I had special little goodies for my viewers. Hey, 3D Medic, how are you doing? I still haven't heard back from the Snapmaker guy, so that might be a bust. I was really hoping he was serious. Or maybe he looked at my channel and said, not him. Who knows? Boy, I went to post a marketplace ad today, and it wouldn't let me. Apparently, if you want to post a marketplace, you have to use the Facebook app. I was like, I refuse. I'm not putting a Facebook app on my phone. No thanks. The permissions that app wants? Yeah, no. So I'll just do it from the PC. It's like, really? What are you gonna do? Ooh, that's an interesting looking 3D printer. That's an interesting looking car. Wow. Huh. A khaki colored Kia Soul. It's actually kind of nice looking. Well, now that's interesting. An Anycubic Cobra 3 V1 with Ace Pro 3D box for 270. They have the Cobra X on sale for $299, but they did not put the combo on sale, so that's still $449. Yep, I still have my other printers. Good morning, Big Bad Joe. How are you doing today? That's a nice cart. How are you doing today? Let's see, how do I post something? Create new listing. Oh, really? Nice little compact one. Although I figured out a place where I could put the round one. That's one of the things we're going to do today. I really like this new lamp. I'm going to go all in on it. I'm going to really make it nice. Okay. Let's see, add photos. Do add those. Add another one. Bought electric. Yeah, I've seen some of the rectangular ones. They're pretty big. But I'll take a link anyway if it's as long as it's lithium iron compatible. What next maybe? I guess bicycles. Ew. Box. Michelle's here? Hey, Michelle. Okay. Inch, I believe. Probably steel. There should be a little square icon with an up arrow, or the little three dot arrow thing. So either the three dot arrow thing or the square with the up arrow sticking out of it. What's that? Okay. See if I get any hits. Now, what is this printer? I don't know where Noel is. He's not in the tree. They were eating, and then Ender came in here, and I don't know where Noel went. Probably the front door. Here, check this out. This is interesting. Wonder what it is. A Hurl System 30M. Oh. Oh, wow. Bet you that's old. Looks like it's got a built-in PC. Oh, that is cool looking. Not a very big build volume. Basically 200 cubed. A little bit more on the X. Actually, it's kind of like a Prusa build volume. Oh, man. If that were less than $100, Discord invite is invalid? Really? That should be permanent. Should be a permalink. Let's see here. I don't usually open this on see. Oh, it's going inside. Not responding. Gotta wait. Oh, man. Yes. I don't know who that is, but hell yeah, I could use 90 bucks. I mean, how do I create a link? I'll have to play with this a little. No, you can't get in for some reason. Social. Why is this so hard? This should not be difficult. Invite to server. Here we go. Edit invite link. Never. The limit. Okay. See if this works. Try that. AD4. I want this printer for some stupid reason. It's just such a fucking weird machine. But I ain't got 200 bucks for it. No way. Look at this. A Sterling Nova. Wow. That's a cool looking car. One of those old kit fiberglass cars or whatever it is. That's cool. Uh-huh. I'd never be able to fit in that car. And if I did manage to fit in that car, my head would stick all the way out the ceiling. Ah, cute. Oh, I thought I switched that. My bad. Bring that back. Open. Hmm. I think I switched the screens. Let me know for sure. Look at that. It's one of those old sports car kits. That's just cool looking. Yeah, if I could somehow get my body into that car, my head would be up here above the roof. Definitely not made for big people. Really? Cool. No matter what's wrong with it, 1,500 bucks is not too horrible for TSO, and it doesn't have one of the engines that'll self-destruct if it's already got 230,000 miles. Now, what's the deal with this? Price is too high because you can get a Cobra X for $299, but I'm wondering if I can offer them 150. The only problem is it's probably not the Ace 2 Pro, because I wouldn't be able to use Cobra X. I'm gonna save it. It's not worth $270. You could buy a Cobra X for $299. Yeah, I bet that's cool content. Now, what's the deal with this? Oh, it's just a cheap Chinese electric scooter. High end to my ass. Now, is this a dryer? Dryer won't heat. Okay. I'm looking for a new dryer that has controls like this, where the controls are on the front of the machine instead of on the back of the machine, because I like to put the pedestals underneath the washer and dryer so you get more storage. But with the pedestals, Michelle has trouble reaching the back controls. She's short. So if I can replace the dryer with one that has front controls like this, then she'd have no problem reaching. All right, got that posted. Now, what's he called? Hudson Auto Films. Let me look that up. Oh, man. Oh, there it is. Oh, no, that's not quite the same thing, but close. That's not the same. That's not a Nova. But this one might be. Yeah, that one might be. Yeah. I think that's it right there. First video on the left. Yeah, that's it. Where the whole entire canopy comes up. Yep. Yeah, I'll subscribe to that. Ah, damn it. I love stuff like that. Another one is Musty. He's really good. He gets small engine stuff and tweaks it, adjusts it, restores it, fixes it. Turns it into something else. I like his stuff. So I got the first print of the lantern parts done. Yeah, Musty one, he's good. But I got the first print done and I like it. I really, really like it a lot. I also figured out where I can stick the round USB charging and discharging module. Just stick it in here. That's perfect. Just make this whatever diameter it needs to be and stick it right in there. Also, it's a good thing I made this much thinner because I did have to flex it to get it in here. But I also realized that I don't have to worry about that. All I have to do is cut this off right here and make this part of the front half, and then this part here be square and fit right in. There's also, I realized there's enough room here. We're gonna make this the mega one, so I'm gonna add the 2 batteries to it because that'll give me enough room to have the big 15-watt emitter up front. Once it comes in, it should be in here within a week. It's arrived at local customs. So the plan for this one, Sinformant. Hi, how are you doing? AliExpress description. Hang on. Here, let me show you how to do that. Desktop. AliExpress. Oh man. Hang on a second, Sinformat. I'll bring up everything I'm doing with it. Just takes forever to get this to do everything. Yeah. It's gonna make me do it twice. It's gonna make me log in here, and then when I go to my order history, it's gonna make me log in again. Oh, it didn't make me log in again. So I'm going to use the ice blue for the string. I'm going to use this for the primary shooter lamp. Use these for the batteries. So this will be the lamp. It's like something like this. I don't know which one it is if I get it. It's the 110 millimeter one. Then using 20 amp hour lithium iron phosphate batteries, big honking batteries. That's 20,000 milliamps or 64 watt hours. I'm designing these things to last forever. The idea is to be literally everlasting. There's the second login. I knew it was going to do that again. Woo! Your problem is power, baby. I need a lot of power. Ooh. How long is that? Oh, wow. 5 meters? Hell yeah. And you can get it in 5 volts? Yes, please. Ooh, this is going to have to be saved. Okay, so right here, see where it says share? You got the little three dot arrow thing. That's your share icon. Also, if the AliExpress US link has a number, see how it says aliexpress.us/item/number.html? You can copy just from the HTML back. So this is all you need, is that part right there. You don't need all this extra garbage afterwards. Hey, Cassandra. I want to do something with this too. Oh man, I don't have the money to order right now, but eventually I want to order one of these because I want to make a walking stick that has a light going through. Just because I think that'd be cool. Shit. But let's see here. It also sometimes on the PC there'll be a share link. Oh, it is LFP. Okay. And it is 72 millimeters. That's not too bad. How big is this? I'll have to check. Okay, okay. It's a little expensive though. It's $10, but not bad. So let's save this. Let's heart it. Okay. Now let's bring up the picture. And we're going to click on this little search icon here. There we go. $3.06. Choice. Is it LFP though? No. That's 18650, which means not LFP. Yeah, see, 4.2 to 4.5. Okay. This one's 761. Lithium iron phosphate. So this is a little bit cheaper and it's choice. Let's add that. Did it add? Yes. Okay. I know it's available for $3 if I could find it. Nope. That is Ion. Oh man. Okay, so about $8. So that's one more arrow in our arsenal. Thank you for that. Definitely want to find this one again. So stop that. Doing this is lagging so badly. This computer. So all the major parts are done. Switch back to here. This is the front decorative cap, offset screws. This is going to take some refinement, but I can't make those refinements until I actually have the parts, to fit everything. I might even put a cooling fan in this one, although somehow I don't think that 15-watt emitter is going to put out 15 watts. It's probably more like 5 watts. So we'll see what it actually puts out if it actually gets hot. I have ducting in here, there and there for the wires to go into the main body. Channel is in here so that I can put that filament light around here to make the ring light up for the firefly light. I realize there's enough space, so I'm just going to use multiple switches. And what I can do is I can put the circular USB board in here and just make sure one of the USB ports comes out here and one of the USB ports comes out here. So you can have access to both the USB ports. And double bonus, you can plug in 2 USB chargers and charge this thing twice as fast. I love the way the handle came out and the way the handle integrated. Fits real nice. And because I have one screw going this way and one screw going this way, there's no twisting problem. The I actually think I would like the handle to be a little bit bigger. So I might make this, although it does feel nice in the hand. Maybe I'll just leave that alone. That feels nice holding that. It just feels good. It feels the right size. So I think I'm going to leave that alone. This printed a little sloppy because it's an underhang curve. That's easy to fix. I'm just going to turn it into a cone. No curve. Doesn't need it. I'd like to put some art on this. So maybe some Miku, maybe some Hello Kitty, maybe my 3D printing logo. Ooh. Well, there's no such thing as not insanely expensive. You're talking U.S. sourcing. Well, there you go. Your problem solved. Can't have it. You're going to have to pay U.S. prices for hardware and U.S. prices for labor. There is no way you're getting that at a not insanely expensive price. It's just not going to happen. The only way you're going to get that for a reasonable price is if you can do the the 6 connections to Kevin Bacon type of thing. If you could find somebody who that knows somebody who has access to this equipment and can make like a one-off run for you, that's the only way you're going to get that affordable in the U.S. Otherwise, you're going to China. Yep. How big is it that shipping was so high? Mm. Wow. Did you ask for validation on the shipping? That seems not right. Like maybe there was a glitch somewhere. That doesn't seem right. I have not heard of PCBWay charging outrageous shipping. I haven't looked into them very heavily, but it would probably stand out if they were charging crazy shipping. Ooh, I was looking for this. Boy, I was looking for this. Yeah. My camera batteries. More importantly, the charger. Yeah, that's outrageous. Um, so I want to put art on the panel here. We're going to attempt to scale this. Just to see what happens if I try to put 2 batteries in here. I might have to make this a little taller. Ah, yeah, exactly. $600 for one. Although that's outrageous even for what I was thinking. Yeah, except for low labor products like glass, molding, stuff like that. The U.S. is not a manufacturing country anymore. It's just too expensive. Are these things super fine detail? Could you possibly do, because aluminum's pretty easy to melt. So I'm wondering if you could do some um, lost wax cast molding, like 3D print it in plastic, um, cast it, and then burn out the 3D print, and then pour aluminum to make it. You can get some pretty impressive results doing that, as long as you don't need things like threading and stuff like that. Big Stack does some of that with lost wax molds. Um, no, that's not true. Um, so okay, there's a difference between manufacturing and molding. You would use additive manufacturing and make it. That would be a 3D print, okay, or a resin print. You would then cast it in plaster, and then when you poured in the aluminum, you would have to destroy the mold to get the part out. So yes, if you want a reusable mold and it's an additive only item, then it's not going to work. But for a destructive molding process, it would work. And plaster is cheap. So, and melting aluminum is not that expensive. Um, look up to see what I'm talking about. You can look up Big Stack, a couple of his last videos. Oh, well, no, the that's not how it works. If you have an internal cavity that you don't have access to after the fact. Ah, well, you wouldn't be able to wash out the plaster. Yeah, I get what you mean. Yes, but if you don't have access to get the cavity empty, what's the point of the cavity? What's it do? I mean, if you can't get anything out, that means you also can't get anything in. So what purpose does the cavity serve? What's the purpose of the chambers? If you can't get anything out, that means you can't get anything in. So what purpose does the chamber serve? You probably would. Especially if you went in there with some solvent and a syringe, and it's an option for you to try to be able to get a again, if you have some super fine details, that's going to be hard to do. But if it's otherwise relatively simple, try it. It won't cost you that much to try it. Yeah, it could be a pain. Why do they want $170 shipping? I don't get that. Try some of the other ones. Um, they all end with way. You have JCB, a PCB way. There's a few of them. It's like there's probably a half a dozen of them. Try different ones and see if you can get a better deal. There's something wrong with the shipping charge there. Well, no, you said $170 shipping. The tariff is going to be 13%. That shouldn't be that big a deal. Why is the shipping 170? JLB PCB, yep, that's one of them. There's another one too. A couple of the last videos I watched were talking it. Ah, okay, so so it's not $12 a piece. It's take the 170 and divide it by the number you ordered. Basically, they're shifting some of the cost to the handling to make it look like it's cheaper than it is. That's what's happening. You see that sometimes with products. You'll see a $50 product being sold for $10 and then $40 shipping. Well, no, it's a $50 product. It's being sold for $50. They're shifting some of the cost to shipping so that they pay less fees. No, see, that's just it. The actual print isn't $12. The actual print's like $50. And to make it look like it's $12, they're saying, oh, it's $12, and then adding the rest of that price to the handling charge. That's what it sounds like to me. Because $12 is awfully cheap for SLS aluminum. That's an awfully low price for SLS aluminum. I mean, the raw materials alone are going to cost that much. So almost certainly that's what they're doing, is that they are artificially lowering the price of the product and adding the actual price of the product to the handling charge, so it looks like it's cheaper. Sounds like it's still a pretty good deal though. You're talking $200, and that was for what, 3 of them? And they wanted $600 for one of them here. So that means you're paying the equivalent of $66 a piece, or 1/10 the price of the U.S. manufacturer. I say go for it. Check around for a couple others though, so you can get a better deal. But it sounds like it's not a bad deal. Yeah, the price will drop a little because you're ordering in quantity. A lot of the times, the cost is me touching your product, but me touching doesn't change if it's 5 of them or 10 of them. It's like, for example, Buying one 45 amp hour LTO battery is $103. But buying 6 45 amp hour LTO batteries is $184. Wait, what? How did that work? That's because they don't want to ship a small quantity, because there's lots of shipping involved and handling involved. The cost difference for them to ship one versus 6 is nominal. So yeah, you're definitely going to see a difference as you go up in quantity. I don't care if you sell them. That doesn't matter. That's completely irrelevant. The purpose of using PCBWay is not for you to get a product to sell. That's not what it's for. The purpose of PCBWay and stuff like that is for you to get a prototype and to determine, after you get the prototype, is this worth selling? If it's worth selling, then you mass produce it. Then you get 600 of them made. You see what I mean? If you think you're going to piecemeal an SLS aluminum print, well, go buy your own metal printer. That's the only way you're going to do that affordably. Yeah, the whole point of something like PCBWay is for you to make a prototype, to make that one off without having to pay an American company $600 for one. That's the point. That's the whole point. Once you get it, once you've tried it, once you know it works, now you look into, okay, what would it cost me to make these in bulk? And is it economically viable? I'm not saying you're arguing. Ah. So then you have some idea of what the market will bear for them? If you do, well, then you look into, is there enough of a market to make 100 of them? Like, can you sell 100 if you were to get 100? And if you can, well, now you look into what would it cost me to make 100 of them? And would the product be economically viable at that price? That's what you have to determine. You have to determine what your minimum number is and what your maximum price is to be economically viable, and then see if there's any manufacturing options to do that. Like, what does PCBWay want for 100 of them? What do they want for 500 of them? Now, manufacturing with 3D printing doesn't scale the same way as regular manufacturing. Yes, but what is the cost for 100? It's $170 for 3 of them, but it might be $500 for 100 of them. You see what I mean? So now your cost just went from $55 a piece to $5 a piece. You see what I mean? Or $25 a piece. I think you have to do the math. But the point is, as you scale, your per item cost will go down. How low do you need the per item cost to be to make it economically viable? Oh, that's not much. No, but did the is that total price to your door, or is that 50 cents off the 12? Oh, wait a minute. The $170 shipping was for 100 of them? That's not that bad. I thought you said it was 3. So you'd only be paying $1.70 shipping per. Oh, okay. So what's this shipping and whatnot for 100? Like, it might be 170 for 4, and 171 for 10, and 185 for 100. That number might not change that much. And if that number doesn't change that much, your per item is going to come down really, really fast. Remember, the only price that matters is the price you pay. The whatever they have on the screen doesn't matter. However much comes out of your bank account is all that matters. So you need to know what the total price is, grand total with shipping, and then divide that by 100. That's your actual cost. You gotta see if that price is. But if $12 is not economically viable, then it doesn't really matter how much the shipping comes down because it's already not economically viable. You see, right now your cost is what is it? Right now your cost is $52 a piece. Because 170 plus the 12, 12, 12, 12, 48, you're about right around $52 a piece. Obviously, that's not economically viable. How much does that $52 come down when you order 100? Meaning, do they charge you 170 for every 4? Or does that shipping get dramatically smaller, amortized over 100? That's what you got to figure out. Well, remember, it's not 170 for shipping. It's 170 for shipping and handling. And remember, my human cost to handle one of these is about the same as my human cost to handle 100 of these. So, like, the less you order, the more it costs because you're paying the same handling charge for a smaller number. Now, if they're greedy and they want to try to charge that per, so you need to get a quote for the 100 and find out what the shipping and handling is going to be, because you might be surprised. Yeah, you might be surprised. It might only be $300 to do 100, and now you're only adding $3 per, so it's only $15 each. Not bad now, huh? See what I mean? So get the quote for 100, and just so you can get a good ballpark. Because remember, when you're only ordering 4, you're amortizing a very high handling charge over a very small number. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let's see, LTO 45 amp hour. Just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about. Oh, this is taking up all the resources. Let me close that Discord. Here it is. Oof. Am I showing my screen or am I? Nope, I'm not. So if you want one of these batteries, it's $102. Okay. So that's $102 per battery. But if I order 6, it's only $82 more. For less than the cost of a second battery, I get 5 more batteries. You see how the price drops per battery dramatically? That's because there's a very high handling and shipping charge to order 1, but it costs them only the cost of 5 more batteries to add and sell you 6. So the price drops dramatically. That's $30 a battery versus oh, not even. Yeah, that's $31 a battery. Less than that's $30 a battery versus, son of a bitch move, $102 a battery. If you were to get 72 of them, well, the price goes up dramatically. But as you see, there's a big difference in scale and quantity here. That's what you're seeing right now. You wanted to order 4, and they're charging you a crazy price because you only ordered 4. But, order 40 of them or 100 of them, and your price doesn't go up quite as much. It all depends on how much of that handling charge is their cost to produce versus how much of it is the actual processing. Meaning it might be a lot cheaper than you think. I found out LTO batteries are pretty good too. They have a high charge cycle rate, meaning you get thousands of charge cycles on them, but they're too expensive. That'd be fun to play with. A battery that big. Okay. First things first. Let's make this double. No problem. It can get very confusing. Sometimes you look at listings and go, what the hell were they thinking? And then you realize what they're doing and why. What is your bottom level on it? Meaning, how cheap do you need to get these parts in order to be viable? Is 15 or 20 bucks each viable? Yes, everything in Tinkercad. I love me Tinkercad. Okay. Let's see, how do I do this without screwing it up? Take this. Okay, you can get this for well under 50. Get a 100 quote and see. Get a quote for 100. I think you might be surprised. And don't forget to try some of the other ones. Okay. Now, oh, there it is, the disc inside there. Okay. I like the object-oriented nature of Tinkercad. Okay. How do I do this without breaking it? Well, for me, it's I'm interacting with objects instead of blueprints. Instead of interacting with drawings that get extruded into models, I'm interacting with the actual components of the model itself. And that's just easier for me. Okay. Split U. Okay, there we go. This needs to not be this obnoxious color. Okay. Is that everything? I think it is. How big is this? 42. Okay. So if I want to fit a double in here, I have to expand this by 42, which means I have to expand it by 21 each direction. I want to keep everything centered. I think these are joined. They're not. So this and this, these need to be joined. This and this joined. Okay. All right. I should be able to take this, 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 and this. I have something I'm not supposed to have. U, U. Okay. Split U. Okay. Should be able to do this. Then unselect this. Now I need to move U this way. Absolute 11. No, 21. 21. Right. Unselect U. Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm not getting notifications anymore either from my own channel. YouTube doesn't like me. That goes there. We need to split this again. There we go. You have to go away. You have to extend like this. Miss anyone? Miss any informant? Okay. So these need to all stay in the center. Now I should be able to simply extend this. 0746. 1076. Like that. Then 1828. 128.46. 128.46. Okay. I screwed something up. What was that for? What's this for? Huh? Nothing there. Huh. That's a leftover glitch. Meaning a piece I forgot inside the model. Okay. That all stays put. Okay. Control D. Take this one. I'm going to do it 12. This one. Oh, I did that wrong. It's 21, not 12. So 2. 1.5. Negative 1. Okay. That gets me double. Nice. I am showing you my screen, right? Yes. Okay, so that gets me double. That keeps everything exactly the same. All right, let's see what that looks like when I join. Okay. Not bad. Not bad at all. I want to get rid of a little bit of this, because it's not necessary, by doing this. Why didn't you work when I clicked douche nozzle? All I need is just enough. Allow these to merge. I want to do relative 0.1. Why can't I pick you? No, it's going to be more like that. There we go. Okay. Right. All right. Now let's see. Is that joined? Yes. Fine. No. E. Oh, duplicate. Fine. Okay. Okay. That. How big is this? Is this oversized? 98 by 120. It is oversized. It's fatter. No, that's just the end. Fatter. Now, why isn't this correctly displaying cutaway? Why isn't this cutting away? Definitely want this to be bigger. How do I make it bigger without messing it up? And the easiest thing to do would be to put a wall here. Yeah, that'd be the easiest thing to do. Take this. Yep. This. Up a little bit. Okay. This. Drops that. This. Then we do this. Okay. This I'll have to fix. Okay. I am okay with that. Let's duplicate this. Except this and this. Right? Duplicate. Union. Bundle. Okay. Sounds like you picked up the crud at Armorf. What's that? Oh, that's not right. It's missing the holes. Didn't go all the way through somehow. How'd that happen? Because these walls got thicker. That's right. When I stretched it, these walls got thicker. These walls do not need to be this thick. Oh, I can shrink this quite a bit. Yeah, let's get rid of some of this. Yeah, this does not need to be this thick. Okay. That. Huh. What's the crud? Okay, there we have that. Should be able to take this, shrink it down. Let's take... No, I always have a stuffy nose. And my problem is my legs. I was retaining moisture big time, liquid water, whatever. And so I started taking the water pills again, and it worked, getting rid of all the liquid. Problem is, at the end of that process, my legs that were leaking fluid, well, they're still leaking a little fluid, you know. So some of the leg skin is dried, and some of the leg skin is still wet and moist. And where the two meet, it shears and cracks and tears. It hurts like hell. Okay, how much smaller can I make this? Well, first of all, I'd like this to be an E. Why can't I pick this? I hate that. I'd like it to be an even number. Figure this out. Well, I don't have to figure it. So I guess the question is, when do I want to make? I like that thickness. That thickness is good. How big is that? It's approximately 11 millimeters. Okay. How big is it here? It's 21 millimeters, 19 millimeters. Okay. So I gotta subtract 18 millimeters, or 9 millimeters from each side. Hi, baby. I was looking for you. Sure. Okay. So about 9 millimeters. Which means let's take off 8.46. No, let's take off 8.23. So 120.3. 8.23. 120.23. Then make this one 8.23 to be 112. Okay. Let's make this a tiny bit bigger. Let's make you 91. Then recenter you. Let's give you... Oh, why is it showing me union? Wait a minute, this is multiple pieces? This should be a straight up block. 91 by 261 by 45. $91 by 40 by 61. On you, line on you, here, and here. Delete you. And that's completely wrong. Oh, I forgot. I can't do that. So 91 by 40. As long as I can. Okay. Add a little radius. That looks good. You, line on you, center, okay, correct. Well, you, turn you into a hole, right? Control D. Go. You and you join. And you. Let's make sure we are aligned. Not. Let's make the back a little bit smaller. I'm in the wrong mode or something. That looks good to me. Okay. You and you join. There. Now it's a bucket it's sitting in. Good. Okay, those still correctly overlap. But let's get this little extension. Fit. What did I just do? No idea what I just did. Not right. Okay. You and you join. You and you eventually join. Oh, there's another glitch. That does not belong there. I found that. Okay. Go to point 1. Start putting these back. This is a simple pass-through. Pass-through. These are all centered. Let's leave it alone. Okay. All right. What else do I need to modify? Oh man, I gotta go to the bathroom. See, how do I mute this? Boy, I have to go. And I knock this over. And I do that. And that's all messed up. Screw that up. What? Somehow messed up the chat screen. There it is. Okay. We are back. Alrighty. Now, because this. That. That. Oh. 10.5. Now, this Control D. Line it with this side. On. You to there. Okay. Now we take this. Align it with this one. Freeze. Center. This. Align it with this one. Line. Freeze. Center. There. Delete these. There's age to get me to center these parts. All right. Hide this. Select all this except for this one. Why would you? Oh, because I know. I know why. Huh? Yep. There it is. There's that goddamn little disc. Goodbye. Screw you. Okay, I do not want to grab this. I want that to be last. Please. Coin. Okay. Everything back. Hide you. Should have gotten everything except that one. Yep. Okay. Okay, got it. All right. Now we take this. That. Ooh, I like it. Good, good, good. Okay. Really should move that. Get an angle, but I want to. I think it's still bit just fine. Actually, bit in a little too far. I can move it down a bit. Okay. I do have to put a bridging disc in there. That last. Okay. Next correction. We need to fix the lid. Right? Duplicate. Uh-huh. Okay. Hide you. Nope. Let's see, let's take this, Control D, shove a copy of you back here. Okay. Let's take all of you. Fine. Okay. Back to part. Take you, split, you, split. Go. First, I take you and you. This. Okay, Control D. Align. Here. You. Line. Here. You. And you. Join. Okay. Okay. You and you. That. I have to update this later, but that later. Hide you. They are joined. Okay. You, and you. Excuse me. You, and you. Align on you. Center. Right. You and you. Line. You. Center. Okay. Bring that back. You. And you. Fine. All right. And the holes line up. They punch out where they're supposed to. No longer need you. Okay. We now have our original signed lid, and everything is realigned with the centers. All right. We're back to where we were. So this can all work right now, and we will be able to put 2 batteries in here. I want to make a version of this for 1 battery as well. Well, there is a version. It's right there. Okay. Next thing to do is to rework this. And to properly rework this, we're going to bring it into a different workspace. Copy, file. This one's empty. Paste. Damn, is it running slow? Okay. This part I shouldn't have to change till I get the new part in. Assuming the tail cone fits in here, I'll only have to change this part. So the only part I should have to modify is this part here. So through and through. That is the paper. That's the through and through. It's the front. And there we go. Right now, to make my life easier, I can apply the taper, this one, now, since that's a non-constrained cut. Doesn't affect anything. Okay. Now comes the fun part, right? Power bank. Oh boy, it's gonna be fun. Yay. All right, that's it right there. This. Let's see. Copy. Back to. Right. Really, you had to post them intersecting. All right, let's move out here like this. You like this. Okay. This is going to be the tricky part. Figuring out what I need to extract from this. I definitely don't need that. Oh, oof. Part explosion. Yeah, I want that. But do I need it? I don't think I actually need that. Nope. Any of that. Okay. All right, there's my holes. There's everything I need there. Okay, I do not like that. I know how to mess with that. What I need is this center cut out here. There it is. Got it. That right there is what I need. That. Bundle it. Okay. Boy, centering, that's going to be a bitch. Okay. Need to rotate this 45 degrees. Just like that. So that one USB port comes out this way, and one USB port comes out this way. This is the top. Okay. Yes. Let's delete this. Here. Drop you. Let's get rid of you. One in the center. Cone on here. Top radius 30. Base radius 30. Anyone got a video to watch? What kind of 3D printer? Oh, that's one thing I messed up. It's the height. Oh, crap. Oh, what's the height? What kind of 3D printer did you get? Bamboo Lab Mini. The Bamboo Lab printers are pretty straightforward. I would start off using the Bamboo Studio. All of my old videos regarding leveling and stuff like that, you don't have to do any of that. Printer will do it all automatically. You just go through the calibration process. And what you're going to need to learn to properly use that printer is to learn what is and what is not 3D printable. So that you know, okay, yeah, that's not going to work. It's going to need support. That's not going to need support. To start off safe, get stuff from the Handy app or from the bamboomakerworld.com and print stuff that allows you to send it directly to the printer that has a lot of prints. So make sure whatever you want to print, that other people have printed it. Read the comments. If there's any issues with the print, like, oh, this doesn't work, that doesn't work, there will probably be somebody in there telling you that it doesn't work and how to fix it. Keep it simple at first. Stick with simple stuff. As you learn more and you become more experienced, you can go to more and more advanced stuff. The real magic of 3D printing, however, is when you figure out you can do what I'm doing here, where you figure out you can make your own stuff. once you figure out you can make your own stuff and you learn how to do that, there's no limit. I mean, you do anything you want. So we're at about 15.5. That's where things get truly magical. But in the beginning, print stuff for the printer, print stuff you might need around the house, print tool assists you might need around the shop. If you have hobbies, type in the name of your hobby. You might be surprised what kind of things you can find related to your hobby. Oop, that was the wrong one. 5.5. There we go. This is going to be 5. Probably more like 8. Hey, you be all. Let me show you. Be amazed what you can find. Now, a lot of what you're going to find is going to be artistic stuff. So, trinkets and tchotchkes and toys and stuff like that. You can like for example, stuff like this is very safe. The artists who make this kind of stuff usually have an idea of what they're doing. Don't be afraid of the multicolor. Have a multicolor printer, and a lot of these files are pre-designed for it. You especially want to look for things like this where they're showing an actual print, meaning they've actually printed this. Stay away from the hyper complex stuff. Exactly. Things like a laptop stand. Everybody prints a phone stand or a laptop stand. That's actually kind of neat. Huh. It's a squeezer and it's a stand to hold it. That's actually kind of cool. And oh my God, I love the T-Rex pencil holder. Oh, come on. That's just too adorable. All right, I'll download it. Oh yeah, I got it in. That is adorable. Come on. And it wants a goddamn pair. Really? Now I'm going to download the STL because this is a single color file. There's no multicolor. If there's multicolor, you're going to want the 3MF. And if you have Bamboo Studio installed, which you should, you can also click here, open in Bamboo Studio. If they have, you can see here, there's predefined profiles here. So this guy printed it with 0.2, 2 walls, 15% infill, 0.2, 3 walls, 10% infill gyroid, 75% scale. He wanted it smaller. You can pick the one you want, and you can actually load this into Bamboo Studio. You don't have to configure anything. You can actually use the settings that they use to get the result that they got and just send it directly to your printer. It's an interesting feature of this kind of ecosystem that allows you to do that. That's adorable. I absolutely want to print one of those. Come on, here we go. Now there are also tools available on makerworld.com. Use large language models and stuff like that to generate things, to generate a 3D model from an image, to generate a custom light box, stuff like that. Caution, cat. What filament will you recommend? Any filament you want. For the most part, there's no real difference between filaments anymore as far as the quality of the filament. There's just not that much of a difference. At most, you might need to dry a filament if it got a little moisture, so if it bubbles or has a sloppy print. Bamboo actually has some pretty decent filament at pretty decent prices that you could buy straight from them. And I believe they have a pretty low threshold to get free shipping. My favorite brands of filament are filament like Zyro, Atomic Filament. Polymaker's pretty decent. 3D Fuel is really good. Paramount 3D is really good. If you want cheap filament, just type in what you want, the color you want. I assume you're in the US. If you are, just type in yeah, Micro Center, good filament. I have no problem. If you have a local Micro Center, hell yeah, use that. They make great filament, no problems. Just remember, in the beginning, unless you know what you're doing, stick with PLA and PETG. Your printer can do plastics like ABS and some very, very certain types of PCs and nylons, maybe. But you could definitely do things like TPU and ASA and ABS, but they're going to require, especially without an enclosure, they're going to require certain restrictions, and certain types of models will work. So, for example, if I were using an open bed printer like I have here, printing this in ABS, no problem. Printing this in ABS, big problem. This will probably print just fine. Set your bed as high as it'll go. It'll go to 110, set it for 110, and this will probably print in ABS. You try to print this in ABS without an open frame printer like the A1 Mini, and this is gonna warp. So this is stuff you'll learn. So in the beginning, stick with PLA and PETG. PLA is great for decorative things where you need lots of color, things that are not going to be exposed to outdoors. And when I say outdoors, what I mean is heat. So if it's something like this, it's probably okay in PLA. If it's something that's going to get a lot of surface area, something like a shape like this, then you don't want to be using PLA because that'll warp. You can use PETG. Try not to get your fingers all over the bed because the oils from your finger will inhibit sticking to the bed. All modern printers nowadays use a magnetic sheet, just look like this. Okay, so you want to try to only touch it by here. And when you go to clean this, try not to use things like alcohol. Definitely don't use acetone. Most of these sheets have a coating on them called PEI or PEX or PEC. There's different kinds of coatings. It's all basically the same type of thing. It facilitates the part sticking when it's hot, but releasing when it's cold. The problem is certain aggressive materials like acetone and alcohol can damage the surface where it won't stick as well. Your best solution is to go to your kitchen sink, a little dish detergent, and hot water, and just scrub it down. Just scrub it down with dish soap and hot water. Rinse it off with scorching hot water. Let it dry. Okay? Put it back on the printer. And if you don't touch it, you can go pretty far without having to do anything to it. Now, sometimes plastics will have oils in them, and they'll leave a residue behind. That residue will make the next print not stick so well. Back to the kitchen sink, clean it off, you're done. Try not to get your fingers on it, because your fingers will leave oils behind, and those oils will make it harder for the next print to stick. Beyond that, that's it. Stay on the conservative side of speed. Don't try to print things fast. Print at a slow, conservative speed, 60, 100 millimeters a second. As you learn what the printer's capable of, as you learn what prints are capable of, and learn what filaments are capable of, you can start cranking up the speed, going faster when it's necessary and appropriate. But go for success in the beginning. Go for reliable, safe, successful. It'll encourage you to keep going. And yes, you will go into a phase. You will, if you're like the rest of us, you're going to go into a phase where you're going to print every goddamn thing in the planet. You're going to print everything. It's just like, oh, I want that, and I want that, and I want that, and I want that. And then you're going to go through a phase of, it's just printing garbage, plastic waste, plastic junk. And then you're going to start printing useful things. So, for example, I love garden flags. So this is a design that I made. So this screws into my fence post. I unscrew this, slide the garden flag on, screw this back on, and there you go. I now have a custom garden flag mount anywhere in my house. I needed to put a solar panel above the carport because the carport's on the north side of the house and the panel wasn't getting enough light. So I designed this. This is ABS, just because. But the whole idea behind this was this clamps onto the post for the carport, and then there's another post that sticks out of here, comes straight up like this, so kind of something like that. And the idea is now the solar panel can be mounted here above the carport where it can get enough light. Not a bad idea. They do make enclosures you can buy off of Amazon, generic enclosures, as well as I wouldn't be surprised if you typed A1 mini enclosure, it would pop right up. Probably around 50 to $100. Basically, it's going to be a cloth grow box like you'd grow plants in, and it's going to be aluminized on the inside most likely. And you'll put the whole thing right over top of the printer. Do remember, while these printers are very safe, they are essentially heaters. So you do not want this printer pushed up against the wall with curtains or anything that can catch fire. Be safe. Use your head. You know, they're like I said, the printers they're safe if you're reasonable with your care about them. A fire blanket is something cheap to keep right next to the printer. You can whip it out, cover it up to cover any flames. But then, like I said, I have 100+ printers and I've never had a fire. Just use your head. What else? As far as filament, PLA or PETG, print whatever you want. I use PETG because most of my stuff goes outdoors. So I need that little extra bit of temperature resilience. I live in New Mexico where it gets pretty hot. In Pennsylvania, it didn't really matter unless you were putting it on the dash of your car and nothing got hot enough. But also remember, with an enclosure, everything in the enclosure gets hot too. So aware of that. With the mini, you're going to be printing smaller things. So you might have, some items might not fit, or you might have to break it apart. You'll learn that as you go. What else? Also, remember that 3D printing is a tool. It's not an end-all be-all. So for example, this is the flashlight that I designed. I use screws to hold the parts together. Part of that is because, well, it's a lot easier than trying to design threads and pins and dovetails, and it also makes it serviceable. I can take it apart and fix it if I have to. I'll be buying the components for power and light to add to this. And I bought hardware. So I design everything for these crosshead screws because I could buy a pack of 500 of them for $14. So now I have enough screws for a couple of years worth of projects. I design components. I try to design around using the same 1 or 2 sizes of screws, so I don't have to keep buying more and more screws. I just make sure I design around that aspect. That's the switch that I like to use. That's my USB charge port I like to use. So whatever components you're going to use, it's very multidisciplinary. You're going to learn pretty quickly that one of the reasons 3D printing is so popular is that everybody can use it. You like building battle bots? 3D printer. You like flying model rockets? 3D printer. I build entire rockets out of 3D printed parts. Model airplanes. There's a guy called Go Fast on YouTube. He like prints a new model design every week. It's incredible. It's incredible the stuff he makes. And if he crashes it, so what? It's $20 worth of PLA. He doesn't care. Doesn't matter. But it's just, you can have a lot of fun. It's very multidisciplinary. For example, the first thing I printed for my house here, I needed a little drain for the shower. A freaking toad kept going down the hole in the shower because there's no drain cover. So it took me like 10 minutes to design one in Tinkercad, another 20 minutes, 25 minutes to print it out. I stuck it in there 6 years ago. It's still there. It works fine. The cats kept tearing apart my wreaths. that I use to decorate my house. I love decorating my house. There should not be smell when printing PLA or PETG. There should be no smell. At least not a smell you can detect. VOCs are a potential issue, and if it is, don't put the printer in the bedroom with you. So you're not sleeping with it. If it's a real issue, put an enclosure around it with ventilation. But you should only really get into VOCs really when you start printing things like ABS, ASA, chemicals with volatiles in them, or plastics with volatiles. But PLA is pretty inert. PETG is pretty inert. I mean, PETG is basically modified PET. It's this plastic. PLA is made from cornstarch, I think, something like that. It's relatively inert. You shouldn't have any problems with it. I mean, the first time you turn the printer on, you might smell something because you got two heating elements. You got a heater block heating up the plastic and a heated bed, and whatever mineral oils were put on that at the factory, they might burn off the first time run the printer. But after that, you shouldn't have any smells. Running a simple air purifier in the room with you should be enough to take care of that if it is an issue. If you're iffy about it, don't run the printer when you're not there until you know you can trust it. That's something that bothers you. But just remember, the larger prints, you could take a while. Start getting into larger prints, you can talking overnight to make a print. Start getting into larger multicolor prints, you're talking multiple days to make a print. If you want to start messing around with designing your own stuff, I do. Play with Tinkercad. It's free. It's object oriented. Take you 10 minutes to learn how to use it, and you're good to go. If you decide, okay, I want to get more advanced with my designing, you have things like Fusion 360, Onshape, SolidWorks, FreeCAD. There's a whole bunch of different options available that are more advanced. I use Tinkercad because it's visual oriented, it's object oriented, or you're messing with actual objects instead of blueprints. There's plenty of accessories available, but don't go accessory crazy. First of all, don't try to modify the printer. Don't try to accessorize the printer. Don't try to upgrade the printer. Just use it. Just use the printer, learn how it works, learn how 3D printing works. Like, for example, let me give you an idea. As a designer, I designed, this is the rod. This is an extended rod that's 2 pieces for printers that can't print it in 1 piece. But you'll notice something interesting about this rod. I'll show you the other one, actually. Notice something interesting about it? See it? It's flat. Why is it flat? See the shape? It's a circle, but I cut off the top and bottom. Well, because if you take a cylinder shape with threads and you cut the top and bottom off, it still threads just fine. There's no problem there. So why do that? Because printing a cylinder on its long edge like that is really, really difficult to do because you only have this thin little point of contact with the bed. And this bottom side is going to be really, really sloppy. Kind of like this. Now the bottom there is really sloppy. That's because it was printed like that. That was an underhang. I'm fixing that now. So to make this print perfectly every time and stick every time, I just chop the top and bottom off so it's flat. Now it's got a nice flat surface to stick to the flat bed, but it still threads just fine. No problem with it threading. Because all that's doing is holding a garden flag on. That also reduces the print time, reduces support necessity, comes out clean and perfect every time. You'll learn things like this. Now, you say, well, how'd you print this? Well, I printed this like this. Now that's not a problem because it's printing this way. So why not print this like this? First of all, the height of the print determines how long the print's going to take, because that determines how many layers you're going to have to print. So this prints a lot faster than this. On top of that, On top of that, the plastic has a different amount of strength depending on the orientation in which the plastic is printed. When you print like this, you're bending the actual plastic. Okay? When you print like this, what's holding the plastic together is the interlayer bonds. Plastic joins when one layer prints on top of another. And those bonds are a lot weaker. Now, for something like this that has many perimeters and lots of thickness, it doesn't matter. Something like this that's going to experience wind pushing and pulling on this, the orientation of those layers is very, very important. If I printed it like this and just printed that, well, this would just snap. It would just snap off the first time a gust of wind came by. By printing it like this, all the layers are horizontal, and that's where the plastic is the strongest. These are all different things you'll learn as you learn 3D printing. When you're printing a decorative part, like the little T-Rex cup holder, it doesn't matter. That part's not going to experience a lot of stress. This part's going to experience a lot of stress. So you want to make sure you print it correctly. Use the appropriate materials. But it's fun. 3D printing is just an incredibly powerful universal tool that you can print. If you can imagine it, probably print it. How strong it'll be, like you want to print a tire for your car? Yeah, that's not going to work. Not only would it be insidiously expensive, but you'd have strength issues. But a tire for your RC car? Yeah. They have a ant weight class of BattleBots. If you want to look it up, go a channel called Maker's Muse. Good channel. He does entire 3D printed BattleBots. And yeah, these BattleBots they'll mess you up if they hit you. He has a PLA printed spinner that is theoretically capable of delivering 150 joules. That'll break bones. Like, that would hurt you. Hey, drone shots. Hey, perfect example, drone shots. You could build entire drone frames out of 3D print. Is it as good as buying a piece of carbon fiber and cutting it? Probably not, but who cares? You can iterate, you can prototype, you can build quick. Oh, that didn't work. Adjust it, redesign it. Oh, that didn't work. Adjust it, redesign it. And 3D printing lets you do that. It lets you manufacture things in your own home. This is the flashlight I designed. So it's missing some parts, but this all comes apart. Everything installs inside of here. On the front, you'll have emitters. Side, here's where the switch and the USB port goes. With the battery, and there's a big giant battery that fits inside of here. These end parts are printed in TPU, so that if it hits the ground, it has a little more give instead of breaking. But yeah, I've been designing my own flashlight, all in Tinkercad. This is a vintage style lantern I'm working on. Right now, I've been using straight up flat emitters, kind of like this. If I can get this without tearing everything apart, kind of like that. Just straight flat emitters kind of things. But now I want to make one that has a beam, like a reflector. So I found a reflector for $5 or $6 on AliExpress that should fit inside of here, and I can just adjust this end cap, unscrews and comes off. I can just tweak this once I get the part in. Then back here, I'm going to have a couple of those broad emitters to create an area light. Up here, you'll have your standard flashlight. There'll be USB ports here, so you can charge your cell phone. The whole thing will be USB charged. Yeah, it's the whole idea is you now make a serviceable, non-disposable flashlight that you can keep forever. Pass it down to your kids and their kids and their kids, and it's no big deal. Instead of something that you buy that you can't fix and you just gotta throw it away when you're done. Hate that. Hate that. 3D printing lets you do that, and more importantly, 3D printing lets you do it feasibly, practically. Like the average person can afford to do it. The Battery is about 12 bucks. Switch, I think it was like $3 and change for 10 of them. This was $3.59 for 10 of them for the USB port. Get a screw kit that comes with an assortment of these truss head screws for like $6. This LED emitter was $6 or $7 and change. 2 emitters that I'm going to put on the back. Those were 13 cents a piece. I paid $2.99 for 20 of them. Buy this stuff in bulk from AliExpress, Temu, or sometimes even Amazon. Sometimes, you can actually get a decent deal on Amazon too. If it's something that's very popular, that was worth their time to bring over here. But it's, you can even do things like this. I'm working on designing and printing my own shoes. I'm trying to get the cost down below 15 bucks a shoe and one piece. But as you can see, I'm having problems with this part here. This part here doesn't want to print. So I'm still working on it. But yeah, I mean, there's the limit is your imagination, what you come up with. That's how you do it. If you have a set of calipers, you're 99% of the way there. Eventually, you're going to learn to figure out how to measure things. You're going to learn to adjust your tolerances. I've gotten to the point now where I can. This is the first print of these parts, and every part fit together perfectly. Eventually, you're going to get to that point where you're going to design something and go 0.2 millimeters on each side, and it'll fit perfectly. And then you're going to print another part and go, yeah, I'm going to give that a millimeter on each side. And like this one here, I did this a 0.5 millimeter on each side. Friction fit right on there. Screws went right in. Eventually, you'll figure out what size holes you need. So, for example, I need a 12 millimeter hole for the recess. I need a 5 millimeter hole for the screw to pass through without any engagement whatsoever. If I'm doing a long thread, 3.5 millimeter hole. If I'm doing a short thread, 2 millimeter hole, to make sure that the screw, which comes to a point, can bite into the plastic. And eventually you'll figure all this stuff out. Same thing here. Like I had to put a recessed hole in here so that I can have a support in the middle here on the inside to make sure that battery doesn't bounce around inside there. Just eventually you figure this stuff out. Align, like you just saw me align the holes for this part with the holes for this part, so that when the two parts go together, screw holes line up. That's what I was doing when you chimed in on the channel. I was making it so these parts would line up. I learned that getting this part on here is actually pretty difficult because this part wraps around. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to split this into two pieces, and this part here will just become a permanent part of this. Just be part of it. And so this part here will just be a simple square, and now it'll install very easily. I was worried about how strong the handle would be. So there's a brace on the back here. I got two holes here so that it doesn't twist this way. Screw goes in this way, screw goes in this way, so now the handle doesn't twist. There's also a screw going in the bottom here into the bottom of this. So now this is connected to this, which is connected to this, which is connected to this, which is connected to this, and you have a good strong part now. My only concern is, could this break over time? I'm not sure. I'm going to have to test that aggressively, really get rough with it, but so far, it doesn't even budge. I was going to put two screws in, but I don't think I need to. I don't know, with two screws look ugly. I just don't think it needs it. This is so strong, I just don't see a problem. This is what you'll learn as you gain experience. You'll figure this stuff out. You'll figure out. You'll just look at something and go, yeah, that's not going to work. But I know how to make it work. I know how to tweak it. I know how to adjust it to make it work. I can get away with bridging that, but maybe I can't get away with bridging that. You'll figure this stuff out. Of course, the complexity is all down to how nice do you want it to look. Keep it very simple and boxy like this and add little details. So just adding that little bit of bevel here and here just makes that part look a little bit nicer. Cutting this out so that these two parts fit together nicely is actually pretty easy. But the result is it looks like it was made to go that way. Just fits together nicely. Not nearly as hard as you might think. Yeah, you'll figure this stuff out over time. But in the beginning, avoid stuff that nobody else has printed. If nobody else has printed it, unless you really, really want to give it a go, put it aside. Look for stuff that have whenever you print something, you can post what's called a make, where you basically say, "Hey, I printed your item. Here's a picture of it," and you can see that here. So here, let's do the cat one. Oh, that's their maker thing. Oh, here we go. So here's some red panda earrings. Well, the first things first is this is an actual print, meaning this person actually printed this. So you know it works. They actually printed it. And sometimes you can see makes if other people have already printed it. Okay, this one's pretty new. This one's pretty old. Here we go. Here's different variations. Here is the makes. Here we go. Here we go. See? This person printed it. This person printed it. That's adorable. Oh, I want a set of these. This person printed it. So you know it works. You know it can be printed because these people printed it. If you see something that the only thing they include is a render, and that nobody has actually printed it, well, maybe you might want to avoid that until you know what you're doing, until you know what you're looking at. Oh, AMS, nice. Oh, it must be multi-part. And like, for example, this is very cool. This is incredibly cool, but it's also very involved. You're going to have to buy what might be expensive electronic components to finish that off. While this here is just a bowl. It's a simple bowl. This here is a beautiful DeLorean. Well, this one's a fold flat one, so that one should print pretty easily. But some things are gonna take a lot of work to print. Like, don't go trying to print a pair of shoes right off the bat. It's a lot of work with expensive plastic. You get the idea, though. Stick with stuff. Don't try printing chainmail on your first day. I mean, there's a guy at Rocky Mountain who printed his own chainmail. All he had was the top and the partial pants, and it was 500 hours of printing. Whew! Holy crap! That's a lot of. Oh my God, Fat Pikachu, yuck! No problem. Have fun, like this here. Now, part of the reason why this looks so good is, well, number one, it's a nice print, but number two, they painted it. This is what it actually looks like. Can't show you. There it is. That's what it actually looks like. That's what it looks like after an artist airbrushes it. Okay? What you're going to get is that. So just keep that in mind. And, well, that actually looks like a multicolor. Ooh, that's not bad. Now, this does not print like this. This is going to have a lot of supports. So this is one where you're going to want to make, open in Bamboo Studio, and hopefully all the custom supports are there. But that's a print that is going to tax both your patience and your machine's patience. So that you don't want to, and it was a 40-hour print, 2 full days to print that. So you don't want to start with something super hard and complex like that. If you want to print something multicolor, print something flat. Show you what I'm talking about. Oh, come on. So if you want to dabble with something multicolor, do something like this, like these paddles, or something that just has something flat on it, or it's tiny, like those earrings. Let's see. Let me find a good example. easy multicolor print. Some of these people's painting skills are just mind blowing. Trying to find an example of something that's relatively easy to multicolor print. Something like this. So like this here is a multicolor print, but it's not that complex because it's only a couple layers thick. So it's not going to take, freaking, 20 hours to print and have, 3 times the waste for the mass of the print, because it's just, there's not that many color swaps. You can see here, here, anywhere 2 to 6 hours. And so things like this, where it's flat with multiple colors, try that first for your first multicolor prints before you go trying to print really complex, hardcore stuff. Then as you get more comfortable with it and more experienced with it, you'll print more and more complex stuff. That's it, basically. It's not super hard, just you got to learn. And it's not hard to learn either. It really isn't. It just takes time. That is not the right size, which means this got scaled at some point. Oh, it's so annoying when that happens. So I have no idea how big this actually is. I hate when I do that. Size 120. $32.4, close enough. Okay. All right. Close enough. I think it's close enough. Unbundle. Oh yeah, that is pretty close. Should be able to do this. This. That. Go. There's all the pieces and the holes that I need. Okay. Bad dream. A little comforting. He's a good boy. Okay. Now, I clean this mess up a bit. Not going to. This is not TPU, so it's not going to be as nasty. What do I want to do? I think I just want to make this taller. Do this. Let's make this a little taller. No, I can't do that. that's going to change the way the parts fit. What I need to do is just make this smaller. That enough? I think it is. First things first, I need a cutting tool. I need this, and this. Control D. Out here. You. Get rid of you. This is our cutting tool. That's what we use to cut the other parts. Right? Now I take all this. I hide it. There is all those parts. That. Okay. That should handle that. That part will screw in. Now I need to put a hole through the center for the wires. This back. Okay. All right. How tall is this? It is 87. How tall is this? 79. That's 7 millimeters worth. Shrink that down to 78. Okay. Now we take this and grab these two pieces. Line, center, center. Okay. Bring this up a bit. It's going to be PLA. Geez, so I actually want that to be a pretty big hole. There's no reason to make it small. Bigger will equal better cool. Okay. That'll allow me to run the wires back to here and come in through here. What the hell is that? Like, what's this right here? Oh, yeah, I reshaped this opening so it prints better. Okay. I did not shift any of these positions, so I don't have to redo them. Join it. There. I can now install the USB board into this model. Excellent. Okay. Let's copy this. Jump back into vintage body. Okay. Hey. Good. Now, this I'm going to oversize by a little bit. 20.1 by 20.1. Be tight, but I want it to be tight. Cut the holes out? Yes, I did. Everything cut out? Yes, I did. Everything cut out like it's supposed to. Two, 7. This is going to be a hole. Take this way. All right. This will also rotate this way. All right. Grab these two plus this. Control D. Bundle. Grab you. 9. Center. Right. 9. Make sure these are aligned. They are not. No. Okay. All right. Need to do now. This and this line on you here. This line on you. Why is that not aligned? Oh, because I didn't adjust it vertical. You line vertical. There we go. Okay. All right, the next thing I need to do is hide you. Not what I wanted you to do. That must be a bundle group. Yep. Hide you. First, let's change the color. You line center, front face, center. Okay. Hide you. Go. So, first things first, take this, split it. Here we go. You. You. Are you not going to let me do it? Mm. What are these? Those should not have been disconnected from anything. Must have had 2 components selected. There we go. All right. B, select, join. All right. These. This. Join. Okay. That transparent and hide it. Alrighty. Take this and hide it. This. Split. That. Split again. Grab this one. Okay. Hold D. U. Join. Worked. There it goes. Come on. There it goes. Okay. Hide you. You. Split you. No. The you. Then refine that. Now that's what it should be. Go back. There we go. Holes line up. Yes, the holes line up. Holes line up. Is the USB ports accessible? That one looks a little weird, but it's accessible. There's a change I can make to that. That doesn't need. Yeah, it's fully accessible. Line up. Let's fix that real quick. Hide. Hide. Pick you out. Out. Okay. First things first, we no longer need this. Also, don't really need these anymore. Let's take these and make them solids. Okay. That's good enough. Okay. Oh. Oh. Right, we want to attach this and detach this. Join that all together. There we go. Okay. That all together. Lavender. Everything back. There we go. Now we have some meat there. And we got some. That's good enough. All right. It's good. Now we have our USB-C and our USB-A. All right, now want to make things that I want to move around. I want to get rid of these. This. Right. D. Okay, that takes care of that. This. Okay. So this needs to become part of this. Do that. Okay. Think about it. Actually, I could make it part of the cone. That might actually print the best. Huh. I didn't think of that. Printing it as part of the shell would be really hard. But printing it as part of the cone would actually, that might actually work. No, that won't work. So well, it would work, but I couldn't print it a different color. Oh, yeah, I don't want to do that. I mean, the best solution would probably be to have a screw go through here, and I could print these the same color as that. But because the lid might be a different color than the body. Oh, yeah. It's annoying. You son of a bitch. Why'd you do that? Don't want to open that anytime soon. Okay. As much as I don't want to do this, I think the best way to do this is to structurally the best way is to make it part of the cone. So I can fuse this to this, and you'd never even know it. That would print as one solid piece. I'm going to do it that way. That just makes the most sense. Oh crap, it's one piece. Oh, that's annoying. I need to overlap. Right now, they don't actually physically overlap, which is a problem. All right, duplicate. All right, same deal, except I got to go this way. This way. Come on. Come on. Did I never join it? Yes, I didn't. Hello? What the hell is that? How did that happen? I joined him at some point somehow. There we go. Drop. Okay. Take this. Make it 76. Oh, not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. So now this and this and this comes one. There we go. Like it the same color? Too bad. I do not like that. I'm gonna fix that. All right. D. It left one. D. Right one. Okay. There. Now I don't need screws through here. I have a screw in here and a screw in the bottom. Okay. All right, I got one more piece. Let's get rid of you temporarily. Temporarily. Control D. Up D. Drop. Okay. 2, 5. Come on. This. Oh, for Christ's sake. Out the width. Is 90.7. Oh, come on. How many pieces are there? Oh, no. Oh, I just hit delete. That would suck. Holy shit. Wait, if the browser would crash in that split second? Woo! Losing all that? I just give up and go to bed for the day. I'd be like, yeah, we're done. Try again tomorrow. Okay. There it is. 42. I need this. Okay. Stretch you. Stretch you. 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 That gets us our curvy shape. All right. Your hole approximately there. Okay. Center. This. Okay. You. Oh. Oh. There. Okay. Control D. Line with you. Center. You. You. There we go. Now we take you. You. Hide you. All of you. Fine. All right. Bring it all back. Hide. Okay. Parent. That's what I need. Good. You join. You align, center, and go. Done. Should be centered. Yep. There's my hold down for the batteries. Okay. Back. Transparent, just so we can see inside. All right, what do you guys think? Oh, we got to put the panels on the back here. Did I make enough room? Oh, barely. Just barely. I think there's enough room. Okay. Should have made this a little wider. I forgot about this part. It's okay. I fix it. I think. This. Yuck. Big Bag Joe. I'm going to make the next. I am going to make the next. What's that mean? Okay. All right. Let's start breaking this apart. That one. Huh. How do I get this to rotate on axis? I know how to figure out how big it is. Okay. Now comes the fun part. Got to figure out how to derotate this. Okay. It's pretty close. Holy crap, I think I got it. Yeah, I got it. Wow. I was lucky. Hang drop. Now, lift it at least 3 millimeters off the bottom. Actually, sure to bed this. Lift this up. That's what I need there. All right. Hey, DeWitt, take a look at this. This is the latest revision. You're going to love this. First, I just love how nice it came out. So this is the first prototype. Everything went together perfectly. It's going to have a 110 millimeter reflector in here, a 15 watt LED. It's probably not going to be that impressive, but it should be pretty nice. I decided I wanted to go all in. So we've made some pretty hefty modifications. First, I hate the way that came out, so I fixed that. Second, I'm going to make this a square panel, and I'm going to put artwork on this. I think QForge kind of stuff. And I want to make a template so people can put whatever artwork they want on here. I just think that'd be really cool. But based off of this, this is what we've come up with so far. So the way this is going to work, it's going to hold 2 of these batteries. So it's going to be 128 watt hours. More power. More power. So it's going to be 128 watt hours. These wings will now be part of the cone. So this will assemble very easily. The cone will also contain the USB charging circuitry as well. So that's going to fit right in there, just like the power bank. And the USB-C will stick out over here. The USB-A will stick out over here. You'll also still have the original USB here with the BMS. So you could plug in either one of these to charge it, or you could plug in both of them to charge it. So you'll be able to charge it at 40 watts. This will have the, of course, the emitter on the front. It'll also have a Firefly LED on the inside. So inside this ring right here is going to be one of these. What the? That looks kind of cool. Where is it? Where'd it go? It's gone. No fair. But these little filament strands. I got a 300 millimeter one, nice blue and pink. And that's going to be on the inside of that ring. And I'm going to dim that down as far as I can humanly possibly dim it down. The idea will be you can leave that on 24/7 for weeks at a time. AliExpress is perfectly legit. Now, okay, very important. There really is no context with which you can say it's legit or not. But I have boxes full of stuff that I've purchased from AliExpress. There's nothing wrong with AliExpress. Temu, Wish.com, stay away from. Wish.com has turned into a cesspool. Wish.com used to be fun. Now Temu's a replacement. But Temu and AliExpress are perfectly legitimate. However, you are not buying from Temu and you are not buying from AliExpress. These are marketplaces. It's like going into a mall. If you come from another country, you might not know what a mall is. Not all countries have malls, I think. That might be a weirdly American thing. Basically a shopping center with a whole bunch of stores. You walk into an IKEA, it's IKEA. That's who you're buying from. You walk into Walmart, that's who you're buying from. You're buying from Walmart. You walk into Amazon, you're not buying from Amazon. Unless it says Amazon Essentials or Amazon Commercial, you're not buying from Amazon. You're buying from a seller who is selling on Amazon. So imagine if every aisle in Walmart was a completely different company and you were buying from different companies. That's what a mall is. You walk into a mall, you're buying from different shops. You're not buying from the mall. Well, that's the problem, though, is I want to use lithium iron phosphate. I want it to last forever. And lithium ion batteries only last a couple hundred cycles. Now, that being said, there are bad sellers. That happens, okay? There are bad sellers. However, because your monetary transaction is with the marketplace holds power over the sellers, which means 99.9% of the time, you're protected. Alibaba is different. Alibaba connects you to the seller. They don't actually involve themselves in that most of the time. But AliExpress and Temu, you're financially going through Temu and AliExpress to deal with them on those sites. Yes, could come from 6 different people. Although usually when it hits the US, it gets combined to save on shipping. Now, that being said, never, ever, ever put your credit card in Temu or AliExpress. Never. You will have spurious, unknown charges within a week on your credit card. This is not because Temu or AliExpress are stealing your information. This is because these sites are in China, and China has very let's just say relaxed enforcement of security laws. So there's not a whole lot of incentive for them to beef their security, so they get hacked a lot. For the same reason that big companies here get hacked. Well, in China, the Temu and AliExpress are billion-dollar companies, so they get hacked, and the hackers get your information. A very easy solution to this. I had to get my credit card replaced like 4 times before I figured this out. You never use your credit card. You use Google Pay, PayPal, or Apple Pay. The reason you use those is because they are tokenized. Meaning when I go on AliExpress and I hit Google Pay and I pay for my transaction, they never get my credit card number. They get think of it as having a credit card that's a random number every single time you use it, and that random number can never be used twice. So that random number will never work for your account ever again. And result is, even if the hackers do hack it and get it all, they have worthless tokens that don't do any good because they've already been used. That's the only condition. Now, there are a couple of other conditions. If you see something that's too good to be true, don't be a moron. It's too good to be true. You see a $40 power tool, which is normally a $200 power tool, but you see a $40 cheap Chinese power tool for $3.99, it's fake. Okay? That happens sometimes. I can go into that later if you want, but AliExpress had a problem with that for about a month, where the hackers figured out that they had a threshold limit for payout, and so they made a whole bunch of fake listings to get through that threshold limit and get the money out and run. AliExpress has since fixed that. That sucked. But anybody who bought that kind of stuff, you're an idiot. I mean, if you think you're getting that $2,000 tool chest for $14.99, I have a bridge to sell you. I have this one guy on the news. Oh, I'm starting new work, and I bought all the tools I needed for my job, and I got ripped off. Well, first of all, if you buy through AliExpress, you get your money back. Okay, that's the first thing. They're gonna give you your money back. I've never ever once had them not give me my money back. Number two, I then found out, yeah, I spent like $40 on a cordless drill and $30 on a pressure washer, and I'm like, what? You actually thought you were going to get those? This isn't the case of you got ripped off. This is the case of you're stupid. Come on, man. Even from China, you're not getting stuff that cheap. PayPal can have a problem, but it has nothing to do with being defrauded. It has to do with the way PayPal works. And for me in particular, it was a huge problem. I don't have any credit cards. The only credit card I have is my bank card for my bank. And the problem is when you use a bank card, which is technically a debit card with PayPal, PayPal charges you twice. They charge you instantly as a credit card, and then they also charge you as a bank transfer. The reason they do this is because the bank transfer costs less money. But the problem is they're charging you twice. They're charging you as a credit card transaction and as a bank transfer transaction. And then what happens is once the bank transfer goes through, they erase the credit card transaction. The problem is during that window in which they've charged both and have not secured the bank transfer yet, you've had double the money taken out of your account. And if you don't have double the money in your account, you've got a problem. So it took me a while to figure that out too. So with PayPal, just make sure you do not use your bank card for the transaction. If balance is a problem for you, make sure you use an actual credit card. Beyond that, PayPal's fine. But the point is, PayPal, Google Pay, and Apple Pay, they all are tokenized transactions. The only people who have your credit card number are PayPal, Google, and Apple. When you pay through the AliExpress or Temu or McDonald's or Walmart or whatever, when you do that tap, they never actually get your credit card number. They get a token. That token is good for one time for that one transaction at that time of day. And once that transaction is done, that token is no longer any good. So just do that. Otherwise, they are wonderful. They are incredible. If you want electronics, goodies, gadgets, stuff like that, your best site is AliExpress. If you want home decor, clothing, decorations, stuff like that, your best site is Temu. There is some crossover, and you'll have to check both sites to see which one gives you the better deal. But no matter what, if you're looking for stuff like this, component level stuff, it's AliExpress. If you're looking for cute stuff like that, you're going to go to Temu, or a gorilla shirt. You're not going to find this gorilla shirt on AliExpress, but you will find it for $8.76 on Temu. Let's see. That's it. So I paid $7 or $8 or something like that for the reflector LED emitter for here. The USB charging module cost me $4. The switch was like $4 for 10 of them. The USB charging port was $3.59 for 10 of them, so 36 cents each. The emitters we're going to put on the back. Those are 16 cents a piece, depending on how many you buy. The screws, I actually got a better deal buying them from Amazon. 500 for between $11 and $18, depending on the size. I go through so many of them that I just bought 500 of them. It was cheaper than buying the little kits over and over and over. I'm sorry, baby. I scared him. I tried to design all my stuff around using the 1/2 inch long screws, so I could just buy one screw type. You can even buy PLA from AliExpress and Temu. When I have the money. It's usually like $80 for 10 kilograms. You're gonna pay around $7 or $8 a kilogram shipped. Yes, please. Just wait till a coupon pops up. Well, there's a reason not to use the hex screws. Reason to use these screws. The reason is the way the screws work and the way plastic works. Whatever screw you use, what you want is a modified truss head screw. And basically it looks like a big fat screw with a washer built in. So it's extra, extra fat. And the result of that is lots of surface area to grab onto and compress the plastic without trying to either drill itself through the plastic or split the plastic like a cone. That's important. These are the kind of screws that you want to use for 3D printed parts. Now, when you're doing little micro things like screwing the screws in the switches in or the USB things, it doesn't matter because that's not a high stress application. You're basically finger tightening the screw until it holds the part. But when you're screwing something like this in, one of the purposes is to hold this together. And what you don't want to do is use wood screws or tiny machine screws for a lot of these parts because the heads are too small. So you're not getting a lot of grip on the plastic to hold the parts together. While this gives you 12 millimeters, about 11.5 millimeters of grip in your part, which means that ain't ever coming out. You will destroy the rest of this before that screw fails. Okay? That's the whole point, is to give you that big surface area and to make sure that when you tighten the screw, that instead of it being a conical screw, which is either going to pull through the plastic or split the plastic, instead, this will compress the plastic, meaning it will hold on to it. That's what you want. If you could find hex screws like that, yes, definitely. You also don't want to use fine threads. You want to use wood screw threads, coarse threads. See how coarse the threads are on there? And do you see how far the threads stick out from the screw body? You want that. You want that, otherwise you're just going to strip your threads out of the plastic. This allows you to not have to, you don't need heat set inserts, you don't need heat sinks, you don't need anything. You don't even need to design the threads into the model, although I sometimes do, just to make it easier. When you have nice, coarse, deep threads like that, it bites into the plastic. And it's redoable. You can take it out, put it in, take it out, put it in, take it out, put it in. You do that with a machine screw, you get about 2 or 3 tries, and that's it. You stripped it. That's the reason I use and suggest using these specifically. It's a number 8 self-tapping, but not self-drilling. Notice it comes to a point. It doesn't have the drill tip on the front. I want the ones that come to a point like that, because you get more bite. But modified truss head number 8 screws in whatever length you want. On AliExpress, you can get the little kit that comes with sizes from 1/2 inch all the way to 1 1/4 inch for like $8. Then once you figure out what sizes you use most often, the sizes I use most often are 1/2 inch and 1 1/4 inch or 1 inch. So I got 500 of each. dirt cheap at that point. But that's the reason I use those kinds of screws specifically. I don't know if DeWitt came back yet, but I got this light strand, which should be here in a few days, and that is going to fit inside this groove right here, and then go into here. The idea will be you'll have a firefly light that'll look beautiful, look like a halo on the back, and this part here will be printed with transparent plastic, something translucent or transparent, and I'm going to put a resistor on it or an LED driver on it and lower the power as much as I can. I want it to be barely lit up. The whole point, sorry. Go. The whole point being that I want you to be able to leave that ring light on for weeks at a time without having to worry about using up too much power. That's the whole idea, is just to not use too much power. This way, this would be great for when you go camping. You just leave that ring light on, and if you forget to turn it off during the day, who cares? It uses so little power, and you have so much battery power in this thing. Who gives a shit? Also, if the kid needs a light, it's fine. You just leave it on. It takes so little power. Makes it easy to find. It looks cool. It's nice. So, and then on the back, what we're doing right now is we're adding 2 of those square lights to the back here, so that you can have the broad area light instead of the focused point light. So I'll have this. You put the switch one way, you get this light. Switch the other way, you get these 2 lights in the back to light up a whole area. And then, of course, you have a separate switch for the firefly light. And you'll also have the USB, so you'll be able to plug in another light if you want, or charge your phone, recharge this, etc. But that's the reason I use those screws in particular. Let's see here. Control D. Oh yeah, it's gonna take forever. Okay. Let's join them. Center. Now, that slot should perfectly fit the emitters. Yeah. And this will cover up the top of the slots so that you won't see them. Double check this. Yes. So that needs to be about there. Actually, it needs to be a little lower. Oh, man. They're sleeping together. They're so cute when they sleep together. They're such good boys. Okay. This needs to go down a little further. Or like that. Right. Now, what I might need to do is to design a space in here to put a heatsink. All right, so, oh, by the way, when you go to AliExpress.com, one of the first things you should do, you go to this part here called Dollar Express. The nice thing about Dollar Express is that the prices you see include shipping, and you only have to order 3 items to get free shipping. So I could order a piece of this wire. I can order 10 meters of silicone wire here. I can order here $2 for 10 of those LED emitters that I'm going to use on the back of this flashlight. So there's $3, $4, $5, $6, $7. That's it. $7, free shipping, done. It's on the way to you. And you can of course order more than 3 items, but 3 is your minimum to get free shipping. That's nice. It's really, really nice. Here's your best deal on these little cobs. These are the ones I'm using in these flashlights. $2.99 for 20 of them. That's 13 cents a piece. Hello? Yes. Order a few packs and just keep them in the drawer. They are wonderful little lights. Oh, here, this right here is what I bought right here. This set right here. That's it right there, $2.19. Solar lights, hair bands. Here's the USB pins I ordered. This is it's $2.19 for 1 or $3.59 for 10, I think. Yeah. So $3.99 gets you 10 of them. Now, the reason I like these USB sockets is that these include the 5.16K pull-down resistors that tell all the smart chargers and USB-C PD chargers, I'm a dumb 5-volt device. Just give me 5 volts. And that's what you need to be able to power all this stuff. If you need a different voltage than 5 volts, then use a PD trigger, which is about $1 a piece. But if all you need is 5 volts, bingo bango, who's your daddy, you're all done. The problem is a lot of these don't have the pull-down resistors. So if you plug in a dumb charger, it works fine. But if you plug in a USB-C charger, it doesn't work. Because the USB-C charger does not provide power until it negotiates with the plug to say what kind of power it needs. This provides that negotiation. So this has the little pull-down resistors to tell it, I need 5 volts. Let's see what else. Like here's a decoy trigger. You could program these for whatever you need. More scrunchies, more bags, holographic sticker paper, multi-plug USB ports. Another type of USB plug. I don't know if these have the pull-down resistors. Ooh. 65-watt fast charging module? Really? Is that output or input? PP. Oh, this does PPS? Oh, this is the output, not the input. Oh, but this does not step up. So if you want 20 volts out, you got to provide it with 20 volts. Damn. I'm looking for a nice step up board. Thicker bulbs. E27 spiders. Is that PoE module or something like that? Jewelry. Oh, that's pretty. I like that. These are LED modules. That's an actual USB-C charger. That's the size of the end of a battery. It's incredible how tiny it is. Heat sinks for $3. I mean, different LED emitters, different wires, different connectors, boost modules, step-down converters, banana plug connectors. Be careful. A lot of the solder is scamish. Like it says 100 grams, but on many of these, that includes the weight of the spool, and they purposely use a really heavy spool so you don't get nearly as much solder as you think. Yeah, be careful with those. Very scammy. 7-in-1 pencils, emitters, fans, modules, heat sinks, whatever you need. These little USB lights are kind of fun. XT connectors. But yeah, the site's amazing. This is where the LED emitters come from. From these lights they sold millions of them from. That little emitter, that's what we use in these flashlights. That's these right here. $2.99 for 20 of them. Can't beat that with a 10-foot stick. Memory cards above 32 gigabytes, be cautious of. Like for example, every single 1 terabyte memory card you've ever seen that is less than the cheapest name brand card is fake. Every one of them is fake. They're always fake. What the hell? Road is like crazy dry. It caused me to cough for some reason. Oh, here's a bi-directional board. Any chance? Nope, 3.7. Which means that one requires lithium ion, lithium polymer. It's not lithium iron compatible. Servo testers, cutters, itty bitty hinges, 25 of them for $2. Oh, here's the screw kit. So like here's a 100-piece kit, $4. So 13 millimeter. These would be the 1/2 inch right here. So for $4, you can get 100 of them. But these have the drill end. I don't like the drill end. You don't want the drill end. You lose thread. But you can see whatever you need, it's here. It's ridiculous. It's truly ridiculous. Now, when you search the regular part of the site, I need a 30 millimeter heatsink. When you search the regular part of the site, you want to be careful and make sure that you be careful who you order from and what you're ordering, so you know what you're getting into. So, for example, see how this says choice in yellow? You want to prefer that, because choice in yellow means that you get free shipping above $10. So as long as you add $10 worth of stuff, you get free shipping. And I think it's like $2 shipping if you don't have $10. Anything that does not say choice, completely unknown. So like here's a round heatsink of some kind. Thinking, oh, it's only $14 for 3 of them, right? Plus $4 shipping. In this case, that's not too bad. But sometimes it's pretty bad. So let's say I find something that I want. Now here's the really, really, really powerful part of using something like AliExpress. Let's find something that I want. Yes, let's look at this one here. That's $250 for a pair of them. All right, let's find more of these. I click on a picture. I open the picture. Now you see how you have this little icon right there? Looks like a square with a magnifying glass. Click that. And it's now going to find everybody who's selling the same thing. So here's choice $1.30, but it's only for one. Let's see here. $2.07 for 28 by 28. $1.82, but it's not choice. $2.71 for 4 or 5 pieces. Not necessarily the same thing. The problem is it's blue, so let's do the silver one. There we go. 2 pieces, $1.16, $3.36. Just you hunt around until you find the one you want. That's 40 millimeter by 40 millimeter. That's way too expensive, even for 10 of them. I could buy them on Amazon for less than that. But yeah, look around for the choice. You can sort by price. Here's the cheapest choice one. $1.17 as long as I order 10. 25 by 25 by 5 millimeters. And they have different sizes, of course. There's a 50 by 50, 40 40, 40 40 11, 35 35 10, 30 38. Actually, that 25 25 5 is pretty nice. Like that. Might have to get 25 25 10. 25 25. I think that might be enough to cool these things. Although the reality is I probably should go big. 30 38. It's only slightly more money. Problem is the 8 millimeter thickness. I really like that this is only 5 millimeters. So I have a perspective heatsink. Now, how big would that heatsink be if I stuffed it in here? Let's find out. So this, we're gonna make it 26 by 6, and on 26 by 6. Okay. Let's put this on the backing plate. Drop. Is what I want, right? Yes. Okay. Okay, that's pretty good, actually. That's actually really good. That means build it in like that. Yeah. That's nice. Let's make that deeper. Okay. I like the 25 by 25. That will fit in there just like that. What I could do is I could 3D print a brace on the back here, single screw going in the center here. Hold those in. So let's take this, center it. Did I actually get that centered? No way. Oh shit. Gotta separate these. You center. Take this and duplicate it. Line it on this one. Why aren't you working, you piece of shit? Line. Center. Okay. You and you and you. That is all wrong. It's because it's touching that. Join. I should be able to join it with this. Join. Okay, there we go. Why did you do that? Why this? Something's wrong with. Ah. Okay. Why is there this hollow here? That hollow doesn't look right. I mean, that shouldn't be there at all. Oh, I know why. I know. It's because the as good a job as I did lining these up, it's not perfect. Let's do this. Let's do this. Go. How often do I do maintenance? Almost never. As long as you keep them clean, 3D printers require very, very little maintenance. Almost none. Now, if they're not adjusted properly, maintenance goes up. So if the wheels are too tight, bearings are too tight, things are not aligned right, you're going to have increased wear. But most of it is simply wiping it down with a damp rag. Keeps dust off. If you have a dusty environment, your cleanup is going to be more often. Otherwise, as long as you keep it clean, you keep it keep dusting it, cleaning it, and as long as you keep the moving parts lubed, it'll be anywhere from just machine oil to lithium grease to super lube, depending on what the manufacturer suggests. I usually every 6 months I overhaul. So I go through and I add a little drop here, add a drop here, clean off the wheels, clean off the gears, anything that's got crud on it. Add a little bit of grease once every 6 months. If the printer's experiencing heavy usage, like I'm running that thing 24/7, it could be every 2 or 3 weeks, maybe a month that I do all that maintenance. But otherwise, as long as you're watching it, keeping it dust free and clean, wiping it down every now and then, and as long as it's adjusted properly, they require very little maintenance. Okay. Let's see if that's not what I asked you to do. Probably is what I asked you to do. Try it again. Why? Why did you ignore the fact that I pressed Shift key? I hate when it does that. It just makes me want to bite somebody. There we go. That looks better. Okay. Wait a minute. Did I actually project too far? No shit. Really? Microfiber. Always microfiber. That's just a given. Actually went too far. Okay. You join with join. Already joined. There it is. Just gotta step back a smidge. No, wrong one. Why won't you unselect? Wanker. Go. And join you with you. Hey. Right. I think I have enough beef there. I shouldn't have to worry about it being too thin. And what I might do is I might make this hole bigger and use a 1-inch screw here. Have that single screw go straight through here into the brace and suck that brace in. If we determine I need it. That is big enough for me to drop 2 of those 25mm heat sinks in there. All right, so add to cart. There we go. That's 25 by 25 by 5. First of all, let's see if they're available on Amazon. 5 by 6. Yes, they are. $8. Probably just order that. So only $2 more than I would pay from AliExpress. Actually, 10 pieces for $8. That's cheaper than AliExpress. It's not prime shipped, but it'll be here May 4th. May the 4th be with you. Okay. Wish I can get the 25 510s with the thermal paste already applied. Oh, there it is. There's 14 of them with thermal conductive pad for less than $1 a piece. Copper. Yummy, yummy. I like copper, though. That's tempting. That's still enough to do 2 of them. Well, I'll have to think about that. That's why always check. Always check. AliExpress isn't always the cheapest. A side holder for snacks. Actually, now that you think about it, I should put a couple of attachment points like we did on the flashlight for adding like a hook or whatever to this. I am gonna put a I gotta figure out how I want to do it first, but I am gonna have like a shoulder strap kind of thing, especially for something this heavy. Since it's gonna have 2 of these batteries in it. It's gonna be pretty heavy. Now the other thing I gotta figure out is that it's gonna have more than 2 switches. So there's gonna be a switch for the Firefly, and then there's also going to be a switch for the a dedicated switch for the front emitter and a dedicated switch for the rear emitter. Now the trick is, how do I make them? How do I dim the? Trying to figure out a way of dimming it without using that LED driver. It's such a pain in the ass to solder that. Oh my god, it's such a pain. I hate it. I hate it so much. They're so cheap, but they're so hard to solder. I'd like to have two brightnesses for each of these. Like this have a low and high. These have a low and high. Firefly just needs an on-off. So I do have to figure out how I'm going to do the switches. That's going to be that interfere? Nope, I can actually move that forward some. Probably will do that, give me more room for wiring. I definitely want to print this new head and see how that comes out. But I don't want to waste the plastic until I get the reflector in. But the reflector, I should only have to modify this part. This part should be good to go. Okay. One thing I don't like is how open this is here. Wondering if I can get away with bridging that shut. I would like to have that actually closed. Can't add it to the lid, then the lid won't be able to print flat. I mean, even if the bridging is a little sloppy, that's okay. Just trim off the slop. I guess that I need to know how thick this is. Really? Won't let me grab it? There we go. I need enough perms to make sure it's actually going to be printable. That's not very thick. Are 2.51 millimeters, which is 4812, 4812. That's 3 perimeters on each. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Huh? Take these two pieces, line on you, at the top. No, I did not want to do that. Oh God, I just screwed that off. Definitely did not want to do whatever the hell that just did. So now I need to actually make this a little thinner. So how thin can I make it? I would like at least 1.6. Is 1 millimeter enough? So I'm going to have to find out. 1.65. That's enough for 2 walls on this side, 2 walls on that side. It's 2 full perimeters. Now, if I want more, if I want 3 perimeters, I would need to add another 0.8 millimeters. 8. I need 2.5. If I have 2.5, filament tangle, so filament is knotting around the spool, and so it can't pull. Is that what you're talking about? So like the filament is actually knotting right here on the spool. Is that what you're talking about? It's knotting on here. Okay, so there's two ways this happens. You have an actual knot and you have a friction knot. Now, there's one very important rule that you need to be aware of when dealing with a roll of filament. When you have this filament loose, you cannot release this. If you release this, there's a very good chance this roll is going to loosen itself like that, and at this end will go under one of the coils. And you won't be able to see that very easily. But what'll happen is you're going to grab it and pull it, and you're going to go, okay, and you're going to put it in the printer. What's going to happen is over time, it's going to get tighter and tighter and tighter. If you release this at any point in time, I'm holding it, but if you release this at any point in time, what you need to do is to hold this like this, and you need to start unrolling this filament. Put your thumb on it like this, and you need to start unrolling this filament. You want to pull off at least 10 feet, okay? You want to make sure at all times you're holding it with your thumb, you look at that roll, and you make sure you have clean windings. Don't, you're going to have to push this under the other winding and unknot it, okay? Once you're sure you've gone back 10 foot, now you hold this in your hand and you start winding it back up. It doesn't have to be a perfect wind. Just wind it back up and make certain you do not release the end of the roll, the end of the filament. Watch it and watch it and watch it and watch it. You get close, you slow down, and make sure, put your thumb on that roll right there, so that if you release that, that does not go anywhere. Make sure you set that filament in one of these holes. It's too close. Now, it is possible for the filament to come from the factory with a friction knot. It is very unlikely, but it's not impossible. I've had rolls of filament that were shrink wrapped, and I could see the fucking knot right through the shrink wrap. Like, so don't tell me that doesn't come from the factory like that. I'm looking at it through shrink wrap, okay? In that case, you're going to have to unknot it. You're going to have to find where it crosses over, push the filament through like Christmas lights, and unknot that part. And then again, pull out 10 feet while keeping your thumb on it and make sure it's clear. Because what happens is the knot moves with you until it gets tight. And then once it gets tight, the printer lifts itself off the table and tears everything apart. So yeah, you got to be careful of that. I once had a roll that was so bad, I had to unroll it the length of the house. It was almost not worth using at that point, but that's very, very rare. But the number one reason, there's two reasons knots happen. An actual knot happens when you release the end of this, and it goes under itself. So what happens is you have your filament, and your filament does this. It goes under itself, and then eventually it just tightens up until it can't pull anymore. The other thing that I've seen happen, especially with flimsy spools, see how flimsy this spool is? This is not too bad. But some spools are really flimsy, and what will happen is that as it's winding on the machine, the filament will actually, it'll actually go down here. See, I'll show you. See that opening? See how I can shove filament in there? Filament will go down there. And what will happen is it's not actually knotted, but it's forming a friction fit, and that friction's enough that the printer can't pull it. If you have an actual tangle, you probably let it go at some point. probably had it out and you released it, grabbed it, and didn't realize it tangled itself. Although it is possible to come from the factory like that. The only thing you can do is pull out 10 or 20 feet, make sure it's clear, then wind it back up again. Doesn't take long. You saw me do it right here on video. Doesn't take long. If there's a knot further down, nothing you can do until you get there. You won't know about it. But it does happen. I've seen it happen from the factory. I love it. It cannot happen from the factory. Yes, it can. I have a picture. I posted it somewhere. I had a shrink wrapped, it was in a vacuum bag, and I was like, "Fuck is that?" I was like, "That's a tangle," and I haven't opened the vacuum bag yet. What'll happen is if the machine that's winding it gets tight, sometimes the filament will go down the side and get a friction knot. Or if the guy who's actually rolling the filament, he has to cut the end of the filament and put it on the spool. If he cuts the end of the filament and lets it go, there's your tangle. But yeah, they're a bitch when that happens. Oh, that sucks. So happens. But yeah, that's what happens. The number one thing. Oh, and also the other thing that can have a problem, and this is why the AMS systems, this is why they have to backwind. You notice that one of the problems that the AMS has with like cardboard spools is they don't have enough friction to. Well, what the hell does the AMS care about a spool of filament? Well, because you're pulling it. But you also have to rewind it. And what happens is if you rewind and the spool does not uptake, this coil starts to loosen the other coils around the roll. And it'll start to act like a slinky. And that's when they start to cross over and get friction tangles. They're not actually knotted, but it's a friction tangle. It's a I don't know what you call it, but I call it a friction knot. But that's why the AMS systems have to backfeed. That's why the newer systems try to they're trying to cut the filament closer and closer and closer to the head of the nozzle, because the closer you can cut to the nozzle and the closer you bring the interchange of the multiple filaments to the head, it gets to the point like on the Cobra X where they don't have to backfeed. That's why that system works, because they only have to back the filament off like 40 millimeters to clear the head. So they cut, clear, and that's why the Cobra X pops out the extra piece of filament on the side, so that they don't have to backfeed. And if they don't have to backfeed, they don't have to rewind the spool, because they're not pushing back enough to require that. You do, man. Hopefully I was able to help. Let's see here. This. Five. Come on, come on. I hate when it does that. It's not Tinkercad, it's my mouse. Okay. That joins over there. Now, to give myself that extra 1.6 millimeters, I need to scoot some of this stuff out of the way. Hide all you. Hide you. There we go. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Take this. Go this way. Negative 1.6. Okay. Take this. Okay. go negative 1.6. 6. If this works, this will give me clearance that I need. So we take this and join. Come on. Go. That's going to, of course, change color on me. Pisses me off. Now, the reason I made this thinner is because this top part here is going to be a little thicker than the rest because it's going to have the solder joints on the PCB. So I need a little extra room here, but I want this to still be 3 perimeters thick. So now this is 2.5. So that's 4,812, 4,812. That's 2.4 plus 0.1. That's enough for me to have 3 perimeters on this side, 3 perimeters on that side. So that's enough for all of this to be 3 perimeters. So that should do it. All right. It's one piece. So I should be able to select all this, join. All right. Now I need something else. I mean, ideally, I would love to have the wires come out down here, but yeah, I'm not going to mess with that. That's just not going to work. Right? Let's do 6 by 6. Plenty of room. Actually, let's go to square. Square's better. Oh, I hate when it puts it off the screen. Let's go 6 millimeters. Let's go down. And of course, it's off the screen again. Nobody can see it. -4. Much. -2. Is that enough? I could sync everything. Got room. Barely. Not as much as I'd like, though. Let's leave it as that. I could just make this wider. Duh. Well, I only have 2 wires. Why am I worried about this? Only 2 wires that have to come out. All right. Control D. Okay. Split you. You and you. Line. You. Center. You and you. Line. You. Center. All right. You. 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 Keep unselecting what I'm trying to pick. I'm going to kick you in the head. Okay. We join it all together. Now we have notches for the wires. This bridging will simply look a lot nicer like that. All right. Okay. Everything back. What do you guys think? You see anything else I could add? Improvements I should make? Oh, I do make a couple of the changes here. Hide. Hide. Split. 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 Go. Now, this can move much further forward. That is so not what I asked you to do. There we go. Oh, I got plenty of room. Wow. All right, Control D. U. This way. Okay. That's a second switch for there. So one side will be front lamp. One side will be the rear lamp. Optimally, what I should do is, I should put the, yeah. Yep, I should. Right. This should go up here. This D, one back here. One here. You up. So low. So let's align you with these. Align you. Center. There. There. So you have one back here for the backlight, front light, USB input. That's a little too far back. Yeah, I think I like that. Oh, these weren't aligned properly. says it's aligned, yet that doesn't print on the first layer. Moved. See? It moved. You know it shouldn't have. It moved. Tinkercad does weird things like that. Okay. What else? I got it all. Okay, now there is an order to application here. This and this have to be joined first. Otherwise, it'll delete part of this. And I could just take all this. Okay. Now, there is one more issue. Third switch. Firefly. Do I have those switches handy? Not there. Strings. No. Oh, no. Load cell. Come on. Other switches. Batteries. Load cell. Audio board. Are those little black switches? What did I do? Black switches. I just find one. Oh, there's the USB board. Two of them. Nice. Oh, find them? Nope. The big switches. I mean, I could use them if I have to, but I would prefer not. Lights. Those evil ass LED drivers. Oh man, I don't know what I did with the switches. That's not going to be fun trying to find those. Hoping I had one. That is so not going to be fun trying to find those. Figure out where I stuck them. Well, I guess I could look them up. Come on. No, it wouldn't work anyway. There's so many openings. Let's see. Water can get in here, here, in here, here. Water can get in here. Water can get in here. Water can get in here, in here, here, here. Water can get in everywhere. Water can get in here. Water can get into center opening here. Yeah, it's just not going to work. The best thing you can do if you're worried about water is put a hole on the bottom so water can drain out. Hey, DeWitt. Yeah, making this watertight would be a monumental task. Be very, very difficult. Well, theoretically, if you really wanted to make this watertight, you'd have to get rid of these lights in the back, or hope that the base metal alone is enough of a heat sink, as a heat soak instead of a heat sink, and then seal everything with silicone. So from the back here, after you've installed the switches and wired them, seal it up with silicone, 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 seal it all up. Same thing with screw hole. Any screw holes that are exposed, little silicone before you screw it in. Silicone when you go to install this, right along here, silicone. Then screw it down, and then yeah, maybe a TPU seal for the lid. That would be a lot of work for something that probably still wouldn't be watertight. Worse, you would now be almost watertight, so any moisture that got in there would stay in there. That would be really bad. If you're that worried about it, you're better off. I would say put a hole here and a couple holes here, cavities, and fill it with desiccant packs, so that if you do happen to get any moisture in there, the desiccant packs will soak it up. That's probably going to be your best bet. All right, take a look, DeWitt. Here's what we got so far. All righty. So, two-way switches on here. This switch will control the front emitter. That's your 15-watt LED. Theoretically, if I could figure it out, high and low. Your USB input will be here. This switch will control like the flashlight that we use now on the back here. And you're going to want softer than 95A for a seal. Now, I was also thinking I could add another LED on this side here. So I could have two really bright ones here, like we do with the flashlight. So these two would be really bright, but the one on the side be super, super dim. You just need to light up an area. Could do that too. Then this switch would be high and low for this. And then this switch back here would be either these two on high or this one on low. Because I've got plenty of room. I'm going to add another switch here, or maybe here. And that's going to light up the Firefly halo ring going around the head of the flashlight. USB is now built in, those same round USB emitters. Basically, I took the plug from the power bank. Boom, right there. So this will be your USB-A, and this will be your USB-C. So now this will be a power bank, an area light, a spotlight, a night light. It'll have two of those 20 amp hour batteries inside. It'll fucking run forever. It'll just run and run and run and run and run. I wouldn't be surprised. Theoretically, none. Theoretically, we are underperforming every LED in this. So we already know we can raw dog these two, and they won't care, and this will have heat sinks. but they won't get hot enough for it to matter. This is designed to run off 4.2 to 5 volts. We're going to be running it off 3.6. So it probably will not need a regulator either. Instead of using an LED driver, I believe the LED driver is basically a variable resistor, which means if I don't need to vary the resistance, I can just use a resistor instead of using the driver, which will be a lot easier to solder. I'm gonna talk to a few people and find out about that. But if that's the case, then the low on this would just be this with a resistor. Now there is enough room in here. There's plenty of room in here for the circuitry. I might put a boost converter in here to bump up the 3.6 volts to the full 5 volts that this is capable of running off of. So that's a little bit brighter, but I don't think it's going to be necessary. I think we're going to be 90% of its max brightness. LEDs have a pretty quick drop off in that regard. But yeah, I don't think we'll need any of those goddamn little drivers. I hate those things so much. Oh my God. If they would just make that twice the size. Just take those LED drivers and make them twice the size. Keep all the holes the same size. Keep all the pins the same size. Keep all the parts the same size. Just make the PCB itself. Hang on, I got them in here. Just make this godforsaking little bastard PCB twice the size, so that I have a little bit of space between those solder pads to solder with. Yeah, I would wait to order anything until I receive the part and make sure it actually works. I don't want you to order something and take forever. I should have it relatively soon, actually. Next few days, I think. So right here's the one I got. It says leaving customs awaiting transfer. So tomorrow it should be in the U.S. postal system. So I could have this by Saturday. If not Saturday, Monday I'll have it. I'm kind of worried about the batteries. Now these batteries, I know the vendor is valid. I've ordered from them before, and the second one had a valid tracking number. It's just got fucking stuck in Albuquerque. Got lost somewhere. FedEx lost it. So this says shipment on the way, package left carrier regional facility. So I know this is actually on the way. Now the one I'm worried about are these batteries. These are the 32650s. You can put just one battery in it, of course. Then add a second battery later. This one I'm worried about because I think they're lying through their goddamn teeth. The seller has shipped your package. Package collected by carrier. Okay, what carrier? Who picked it up? When? Where? What part of the country is it in? Notice it doesn't say anything? I think the seller just told AliExpress, yeah, we shipped it. Oh yeah, we shipped it. They're C4. They're all C40s. I've never used a C30. These are all C40s. This isn't a C30. This is a 32650. It's a smaller battery that I've been trying to get. You can see down here, I tried to get it before. Yeah. Oh, there's the switches I got to look at. You can see down here, I tried to get these fucking batteries. There it is. So yeah, track order. The seller has shipped your package. Yeah, you just said so, right? Just on your say so. It's been over a month and a half now. The seller has shipped your package. Sure. Sure you did. Sure you did. Hey, let's see if that other package is still tracking. Still says on the way at local FedEx facility since March 16th. Yeah, same batteries as a forever flashlight. The big one. Oh, man. And why did it go from City of Industry, California to Memphis, Tennessee, and then back to Albuquerque? Why? Dumbass. Okay, so these are the push buttons. Okay. I think I'm going to use this for the there's the schema. Okay. So this is 17 by 12. And it's 4 millimeters thick. And those are 5 millimeters wide by oh, really? That's hugely inefficient. Although it can't be that inefficient. Obviously they know what they're doing. Okay. So the overall is 27. 27, 17. So 10 millimeters. So it's 5 by 5 millimeters. Okay. What's the height? Oh, it will actually project 5 millimeters down. Okay. Okay, so 5 millimeters. Son of a bitch. So 17 by 12 by 5. Seventeen, 12, 5. And it's always wrong. That's width. There's no length, there's depth, whatever. I don't care. Let's do a height of 10. Okay. Now we chop it. Okay. Drop. 5. Right. Right. Stop it. Son of a bitch. Ah, okay. Really? Okay. Might as well make it accurate. Oh, 4.7. Right? 2 of you. Okay. They're going to be 5.4. No, wait a minute. 7 and are you not going to tell me the height of the other one? It just says H. What the hell? What does H mean? So if that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So let's call it 7 and 9. 7 of 9. 7. 9. Then it is 5, 4, and 7, 9. 5, 4, and 7, 9. 9, 9. Point 4. 9. Center. Center. 9. Okay. Now. Five 5.2. 0.25. That's 0.3 by 5. Lower this by -5. Okay. D. Line with this side. And join. There. That is pretty accurate drawing of that switch. D. Split. Split. Heat. 18 by 13. By 13. Okay. Okay. Now we take this and bundle it. Now I have the tools. Create a hole. Flashlight switch. Actually, it might be worth putting it up here. But I think it's too big. I'd rather keep the wiring down here if I could. Do that. All right. How far in order to poke through? There we go. So we can mount it flush. Okay. This, you, and you join. That not work? There it goes. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Actually, I did not make that quite big enough. Well, no, a 0.5 millimeter is good enough, but I want a little more play. Five. $15.5. 19. It gives me a little more wiggle room. But now we take this, we separate it. That we make these big. On. Right. 6. 1. Come on. 1 point. Okay. Depth doesn't matter. 5. 6. Okay. Oh. Control D. Go over here. Actually. Better. Out here. You. Fine. You. Oh, this is going to be fun. Oh. Oh. Don't line up. Should. Really? Join these together. Okay. This way. You. Join. All right, that should do it. Switches will pop out. There. That hole is big enough. Ooh, did I make that too thin? Ooh, that is a little thin. Oh, that's a little on the thin side. Yeah. Let's go a little bit thick. That's better. Now that looks too thick. Know something? How about we just do it this way? Okay, there is flush with the wall. Sticking out. Let's make this clean. Now, to shorten this by the amount that I want the wall to be thick. Okay, I think how thick do I want it to be? I would like 2.5, but that's half of it. So let's go with 1.6. Although if I solder the wires to it, it should be okay. Not to be perfect. Let's go with the 2.5. 12 point. Okay, that gives me my 3x3. Means I can then just take this, make it bigger. Yeah, who cares? See. See. There. That's big enough for the solder joint to fit through. No longer care. I got my my 3 perimeters. Good. Okay. The button will sit right there. All right, that's it. I can do no more refining until I have the reflector. Theoretically, I designed enough tolerance in here that I should be able to print these parts, and that this is the only part I should have to modify to install the reflector. Theoretically. That's assuming the dimensions I got are accurate. What I would like to do is experiment with adding artwork to this. So Control D. Drop. Not transparent. So I would like to add some multicolor artwork to this. All right, so I have the rear emitters. But I want to put that side emitter in there. It's not going to be as clean a fit because I need to make this a little wider if I want a clean fit. Oh no, I don't need a heatsink. That's right, I will not need a heatsink. Because the side emitter is going to be very, very dim. It'll never get hot enough to need a heatsink. Oh, that's so tempting. Okay, I appreciate that. As you can see, it'll be a flat part, so won't take much time or be much color swapping. Trying to figure out what do I want to put on here. I wanted to put Miku on here, but I think it's too complicated for this. I haven't found a simple enough image. I don't like the chibi images. Don't thrill me very much. Let's see. I could put my Lucky Cat on here. Let's see. I think I might grab these copper ones. Not now. I don't got the money, but time comes, might splurge and get the copper. This is also a really good 25 by 25 by 5. $13.50. It comes with a thermal pad. It's also a really good. That's cheaper than AliExpress. Let's close these extra windows so I don't piss off my computer. I mean, I could do that as an option for myself, like when I go to a show, but nobody else is gonna want. They're gonna want artwork, and I want to show them how to do artwork. The trick is to find something that can be done with 4 colors. To I mean, I guess the Lucky Cat clip art. That would work. Not that amazing. I want something more fun though. Cat Bus or Totoro. I want a cat bus. Who doesn't want a cat bus? Oh, they have a Lego cat bus. No fair. Oh my God, that's so cool. Oh my God, I would drive that every day. I would drive that every fucking day. Oh my God, I would drive that every day. That's awesome. Oh, there's a pretty low color. Yeah. So we have 1, 2, 3. Wait a minute, that's more than 4 colors, though. Yeah. 1, 2. Well, we could ignore the blue for the windows. Make that white. And we can make this yellow like the eyes. So that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. But then we lose the black. But I can always... damn it. That's why I want that Cobra. 7 colors, man. It would solve that problem. I'm still going to save that. Yeah. Thank you for the image. Oh, man. I don't know if there's a way to do cat bus in 4 colors. Have it not look like crap. Do you know how to well, I guess it's not a matter of do you know how to, it's a matter of will your printer permit you to? Um, will your printer permit you to change a color that's not being used while the rest of the colors are being used? Because if we did it in white and had the white stop and then printed 4 colors after white, as long as you can control the order in which it prints the colors, we can make the so print color 1 white, then color 2, 3, 4, and while colors 2, 3, and 4 are printing, change the first color. And this way you can do 5 colors. Is that even possible? I know it's possible on a regular printer, but will the Bamboo let you do that? I don't know. Oh my god. Oh, there you go. So you can do that. So theoretically, we can ignore the windows, and we can ignore the ears here, and we can ignore the teeth. We can just declare them white. So I would need the brown, the orange, yellow, and the black. Because we could make the this yellow like the eyes, and then the nose, I could just take nail polish and done. So that is doable. Okay. And if it gives you any trouble, I know a trick for making it work. Um I assume the Bamboo support the pause command. Just you sequentially print separate STL files. Um so the first one you would just hit resume and it would tell to switch to color 2 or theoretically you can do the colors you want that way. Okay. That's not that hard to do. The well the again it depends on how the slicer works. So here let me clean this up. The first thing I need is I need this to be. It would be nice if this was not a JPEG. It's a JPEG, but it's a bigger one. See how it has a little dithering there? That's going to be a problem. Okay. Cat bus is so awesome. I love cat bus. Worst case scenario, we could do a Totoro. Totoro's only a couple colors. Oh, that was when he was stretching his legs out. Yeah. He was pouring on the speed. That big ass shit eating grin. I love that cat. Oh, I remember the train. Oh, it's a Kappa's clock. Why do I have to keep clicking on these twice? Oh, that's cute. Okay. So we got to do this. And this. Kappa's. Really? Oh, let me guess. It's a web P. It's a fucking web P. Yeah. Goddamn fucking web. D. Let's see. Copy. Okay. We have a transparent background, clean Kappa's. Now we need an alignment square. That. Our alignment jig. Okay. Because you can't choose the file format. And I was also hoping that the original format was SVG. This would be a lot easier if it's SVG. Okay, so now let's see how hard this is. 55 is usually. Some of these are going to be pretty easy. Okay. Select. Hush. That's all I need. Okay. Windows are done. Okay. Can I pick the blackboard? Wrong layer. Not bad. Let's go down to 45. picking more than I want it to. Ooh, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Anything particularly bad? I don't think so. A couple of things it's got that I don't want it to have. You can remove those. So for example, oh, I do want those. It's fine. That's fine. It's fine. Now let's get rid of you. Don't need that. Okay. That's actually pretty good. I can undo. You know something? Just leave them off. Need them. It's a nice dark black. Put it all in nice. Okay. Okay. Ooh, there is something I need. Crap. I need teeth. Need the outline around the teeth. Or at least the line, the vertical lines. Those. Is it gonna pick it? Nope. Oh, I'm on the wrong one. Got that one. Oh my god, I might get it. I got it. Wow. That was pretty good. Now we get rid of this little extra here. Okay. There. Fill it in. Paste. Oh, I need one more thing. also need this, this, and this. Okay. Some black. Any other black I'm missing? Okay. That's what I get. Select. Back. This inner ear. Off. Right. Let's do the. It's annoying. That's better. Fill some in. Let's get rid of this. Oh. Add it. This. These are details that are just going to be too hard to print. Help us. Okay. Oh, I think I did. Select. Still have to make modifications. Index isn't being. Actually, that doesn't matter. It's totally fine. Okay. It's good. It's good. Okay. It's good. I'm missing something. And see one more. Well, this one orange. Not actually orange, but called orange. This one brown. Okay. Why won't you let me pick this? Why do you keep going to a different fucking layer? Ah. Oh. Back to here. Let's get that cute little. What are you doing? Oh, I clicked the wrong icon. My bad. Oh. All right, I think I got it all. Oh, teeth. Really? Oh, yeah. Burp. That's it. All right. Right. Good. This is registration marks so that when I bring it into Tinkercad, I can line them all up. I messed one of these up. What? This is supposed to be the brown. No, it is brown. Yeah, I got this mixed up here. Screw that up. Just didn't paint it all. Okay. Black. Okay. Okay. That should do it. Oh, it's gonna do this, isn't it? FS outline. light brown. I miss. Oh, I got it. The eyes are yellow. Oh, I missed something. So, I can tell if I missed something. It's covered up. Is there any color left? Yep. I forgot that. That's the exact same color as the nose. I'll make it separate anyway. You. Light. Light. Okay. Save this. Push. Okay. Ow. Yeah. Okay. Folder. Epos. Huh. All right. Batch. Add all. Advanced. Stay with PNG. All right, we are going to resize. Set the long side to 400. 300. Overwrite existing files. Oh no. Let's create a subfolder. Start. Oh. Well, that'll be a lot easier to chunk. Why the hell? I should create a subfolder, not 5 subfolders. Okay. See how much of this I can get through program. SVG. Vertigo. Why isn't it putting the one I want on? I don't want any other one. I want Convertio. It works good. Let's see how many. Watch, it's gonna miss like 1 or 2. Oh, it got it all. Is it gonna miss by 1? It got them all. I wasn't sure if it let me do them all. Okay. Let's copy this into a new window. Since otherwise we're gonna really piss it off. What did it just do? Oh, that much work? It was. Actually, I should probably just not do any of this. Just start importing. That doesn't look too bad. Heck. Light blue. Ooh. Set to dark. This one's there. Cat bus. It's not perfect. We're missing something. Missing. Oh, this didn't get done right. Oh my god, that looks horrible. That looks so bad. Wow. That does not look good. Oh boy. That did not come out as good as I'd hoped. Oh, that's ugly. Although, I wonder if it'll print okay. Meaning, these little discrepancies are so tiny that they might not resolve on the printer. Or they might look janky as shit. How to fix it, but it's such a pain in the ass. It takes so long. Can you know something? Why don't I just install Bamboo Studio and find out? Bamboo Studio. Just ignore me. He's looking at me like, "What are you doing?" Damn, that's a big install. That's because all these piddly files are separate files. That's why. It's weird. Come on. Oh, Microsoft Edge bullshit. Now, this is where combining 3D printing with UV printing, like the Eufy E1, come in head. Stick the plastic part in there and hit print. Although that's something else I could do too. I could design it to hold a photograph. Have a slot where you'd print out a picture and slide a picture in there. But it'd be more fun to print it. Wherever you are, goodbye. It's not. All right. It's after 4 o'clock. I'm starting to get exhausted. So I'm going to call it for tonight. I'm going to keep working on this. I'll probably do a Totoro, keep it simple. I might try to clean this up. It's a lot of work. Oh boy, is it a lot of work. I'll think about it. I mean, it's not hard work. It's just not this work. Oh my god. Thankfully, most of it's these two colors. But yeah, I'm gonna come back to that. We're gonna circle back. But I should have everything I need to mess with this weekend or by next week at the latest. What do you think, DeWitch? Should I add a third square onto the side here? You know, one of these square emitters, and do what I did with this. The two on the back be bright to light up a whole room, and then the one on the side, like put it right here, be real dim, like this one here. This way you would just like sit like right about there. I'm even showing you the screen. So it would sit right about there. This way you could just sit on the table and it would light up your desk. Should I do that, you think? I think so too. I was thinking I could maybe make these two be both bright and dim, but one of these at minimum brightness is really more than enough. And the LEDs are so freaking cheap. Yeah, let's before I go, let's do that real quick. That won't take long. This way I won't have an excuse not to do it. Be done already. And this one does not need a heatsink. Okay. Boy. Let's see. First of all, can I grab that? Yes. Let's do a Control D. Now here's a little cheater trick I'm gonna join these. This is gonna result in the part that I need disappearing. But that's gonna allow me to do a little cheat. I can now keep this in the exact same position. I can align it with the face of this model. That. Then I can unjoin it. Get my shape back. Let's this. Down like this. Okay. Now, take this like this. Put it where we want it. I'm thinking right there. Uh-huh. So I need this, this, and this. I need a copy of this. This one I could just freehand. Neat. Back like this. This is not going to be exact, but it'll be close enough for government work. I'll just leave it like that. Close enough. Okay. I believe that should do it. Is there anything I have to join first? Oh, I think I got it all. There. Absolutely perfect. And while I absolutely do not need a heatsink, it wouldn't hurt punch a hole here just to allow a little bit of cooling. It's I tell people that the trick with Tinkercad, this is a part that's a little, and this is what annoys me, is that this should make doing CAD easier for me, but it doesn't, which is really fucking annoying. The trick with Tinkercad is to remember it is parametric. The parametric's up here. And so as long as you remember the order in which you did things and you maintain that order in which you did things, you can do things like this relatively easily. But if you don't, oh boy, it gets nasty fast. This way, at least the aluminum can vent into here, even though it's not going to get hot. That part will never get hot. We're talking about we're putting a quarter watt through that, if that. Okay. Yeah, I think you're right. I think I am happy I'm doing this. Yeah. So why not kind of thing, you know what I mean? And it's good functionality. I'm even thinking that maybe later on, maybe I'll move this switch over here and put another one of the dim ones over here. This way you can put this in the middle of a table and it'll light up both sides. No, this already has. Okay, so I'm already using a 3-position switch here and here. So this will control low and high for this. This will control low and high for this, just like we did on the flashlight. So the switch one way will light these two up at full power. The switch the other way will light this one up at its dimmest power. Then this switch here, one way will be full brightness, the other way will be dim brightness. This switch here will turn the Firefly on and off. Firefly Halo on and off. And boom. There we go. Yeah. I like it. Something else I'd like to do is to put like patterns on this. Like I would love to put a hexagon pattern or something like that. Some kind of pattern on the front of this so it's not so plain. So it's not like, you know what I mean? How hard would that be? If I can figure out the math, it won't be hard. It really is turning out nice. I'm very pleased with it. Okay, so we are 20. So we take a Control D and we move it this way. If I want two perimeters, it's 20.85. 20.85. 84. D D D D D D D D D D D D D D. Okay. Now we take all this, join it together. Now it's 20.85, it's 20.84, which means I need to move it 10.42. So Control D, 10.42. 10.42. If I did it right, I should split the difference. Yes. Now I have to go down. How far? I think I have to go what I just did, 20.84. Take this, do negative 0.84. That gets us our, oh no, that's not what I want. Oh, that's right. How do I create a tessellation? This creates a grid, not a tessellation. Um, um, that's basically what I need without all the extra crap. There's one. That right there. All right, how do I find it? Not that. That. I need simple. Air simple. Oh, there it is. Oh, crap. Just figured out. Ah! There it is. Work. Title PNG, it's fine. To SVG. Video. You have one more in you, Convertio? One more? Come on, one more. No, I don't want that. Come on, give me one more. That's one. One more fix. Yay! It worked. I wasn't sure if that would work. I have no idea what I'm about to import. There it is. Oh, it's incomplete. Shit. It's too thin. It's all broken. Oh. All right. Let's do 10. Okay. Control D. Height. That. Let's see, I want to make it 1.6, I guess. That'd be 8.1. Okay. Hey, nice. Okay. So I got to go down 8.66. Control D. Close is that? Deviation? Ah, deviation's minimal. Okay. Okay. I don't know how much I moved. Oh, man. D. Yes. This comes the fun part. Yeah, I gotta go too. I gotta make some dinner. I gotta go to the bathroom again. Gotta feed the kitties. I want to keep working on this. I want to try to create a little pattern for the front of that so it doesn't look so plain. It's not so smooth. Go from there. So I will see you guys later. Be good. Have fun. Why can't I click this? Ah.